Well, hello there, everyone. Good morning. Sorry for the delay, but I'll show you why we're a bit late here in starting today. If I can find, there we go. It's because of all of this stuff. Look at all that crap right here. Look at that. All those tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings. I made a good call to put Lake Charles, Jackson, Mobile in there. I'm very glad I did that. I mean, it really picked up while I was asleep. But yeah, there we go. So yeah, it took me a while to get all caught up with everything, and now that card is missing. Oh, there we go. I didn't toggle it on. There we go. All right. So I've already done a majority of the catch-up process. I just need to put in the other stuff from earlier. Oh my goodness, it's already over an hour and a half. Well, that includes all the other trims I need to make too, so like I said, I'll get to that in just a moment here. But first, let's go through let's do the Wordle for today first, before we go any further. Then it has to be plum. No? Slumo? Plummy. It's not? Alright, well, we're gonna have to try a bunch of letters until we find the one that fits. It's plump. Yep. Yeah, that's how far behind some of these loggers are. Alright, so
Central Daylight Time. At 2:46 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over Centerville. Has issued a miles rain alert.
See, I'm trimming down attention signals and stuff like that, and then when that's complete, I'll give it a new name.
Watch remains in national time. For your protection, move to an interior room. Door. East. County in Wisconsin Jackson has national. Jackson has this storm going radar. Hope. Deaths occur in vehicles. Sex. An interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
And then that's where I stopped because I couldn't remember if I had went back on one of the automated tests already or not. But I did.
If possible, checks. National Island out. Severe weather information. Marine locations. This watch includes down 20 nautical miles. 15 miles from remember. This watch includes the following: Paw, Lake Bourne, Chandelier Sound, and Breton Sound. The next still hazardous weather chances.
Yeah, there is still a lot of this I gotta go through. A lot. And I'm nearly at the halfway point of this recording here. Because while I was going through my morning routine and such, I just let this run automatically. So I just let it sit and run automatically. Yeah, my station actually caught the uh, caught the triple. Yeah, my station caught everything from Mobile earlier today. Well, actually, through the night, I should say, earlier through the night.
This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
Watch remains in a could include Mandeville.
The Indian the test. This is only the test. Again, this is a test. This is only a test.
Well, produce issued a for a tornado. There will rain has a time. A special marine warning for Louisiana. In Mobile, sounds service and service.
See, I'm trimming down the final pieces of this here. And another one from Mobile. That's right, November 2nd. That would be Next weekend, that's when we flip the clocks back. When we reverse the clocks back an hour. All right. And while that is going, let's go ahead and talk about what happened last night, other than the severe weather event after we left you. So while we were wrapping up the random character extravaganza, MBG decided to go live on a Saturday night to finally continue the Monopoly TOC that I have been waiting for about a month. They've been waiting almost over a month to get that taken care of. So then after we left the air, I watched the rest of it and then, went on with the usual craziness, right? The usual craziness involving this and these. Yep. Yep, my collection of logos, along with this picture of the army of interchange logos, which we had as our special guest on last night's random character extravaganza. For those of you who don't remember or may have missed it. And then now we're on the third and final clip. It's only lasted. Tornado warning. Dangerous. Source. Special marine waters. So they'll be in California in November, huh? I'm going through the rest of these here. I'm going to give this compilation its final name. And then this is the last one. This will now be. And another one. Great. That one. Looks like I missed a lot of it, but. All right. Well, that completes that long catch-up process. Yep, I have a good feeling Mobile's still going to be issuing stuff for quite a while now. Yeah, quite a while. So interestingly, WBJM did not. JBM decided not to test, so they're going to be joining the default configuration. They'll be joining the default configuration uh, for tomorrow as well. So all of that. Well, since we're down to just Mobile, I'm just going to go ahead and remove all of it. So, um, yeah. All right. So now that that's all taken care of, we've got quite a lineup of, we've got quite a great show here for you today. So once Wait Don't Tell Me is over, which should be within the next 10 minutes, I'm going to go have my lunch, which is going to be some leftovers of the Vita Bella pizza that I had last night. Oh man, you all could tell the reaction by my voice. Um, when we came back from that first commercial break when we were doing Play 18 on last night's show, I had a lot of it, to be honest. And then our Roblox show for tonight. Okay. And then our Roblox show for today. Yep. And then our Roblox show for today. And I see they're taking care of the old mailbox. We're finally getting it replaced. So anyway, then our Roblox show for today, and then of course Ticket to Ride later tonight at 9 p.m. And I heard it's around then, and I found out it was they actually mentioned it too after the game, or actually beforehand, that they're going to be live at the same time as we are for Ticket to Ride. I was hoping they were going to wait until we go off the air before they start. So, but just like with when I was surprised that Card Sharks they started doing Card Sharks live, at the same time as our Ticket to Ride game. I feel like it's going to be that all over again tonight, but I understand why, because I know I've been waiting for them to continue the Monopoly TOC. This is the only time they have, because they probably filled in all the other weekday slots already with other programming, including the Challengers, which is now on Mondays, where Monopoly currently resides. Well, would reside, but it's going to be over soon. And then either Tuesday or Wednesday, when they finally finish the Monopoly, Now, from what I heard, tonight will be the third and final semifinal game, and then I heard it's going to be sometime in November that they will end up doing the championship game, because they're going to do another virtual because they're going to do it in a whole different set. Because last season they did VR chat, but this time they're going to do it in a different virtual world, which is going to take a lot of preparation. So I do know that it's not going to be well over a month before that's going to be over. So I'm glad for that. Just as long as they get Monopoly over before the end of the year. As long as they get it done and over with by the end of the year, that's what counts. So again, but we can multitask. So of course I'll have Ticket to Ride on my main device, and then I'll have my other iPad playing the Monopoly semifinal game. But then of course with their weekly schedule, Monday will be the Challengers, which will be toward the end of our Minecraft show. And then once they get Monopoly over with, or maybe while they're getting set up for the Monopoly finale, it's either going to be Tuesday or Wednesday that they will end up doing that they'll end up bringing back Sorry the Game Show. Or are they gonna wait till the Price is Right Showcase Beatdown is finished before they start doing Sorry again on Thursday nights? Or are they gonna put Sorry on the Tuesday or Wednesday slot? Well, we'll see, because those are the only two time slots available. Because Thursday nights is the Showcase Beatdown, and then Friday night would be Net Poker, but it wasn't Net Poker this week. In fact, they instead decided to show off Jackbox Party Pack 11 that was released earlier this week, and they compared the games to some of the ones that they had done in the past, which was pretty cool. So pretty good, I gotta say. I mean, I do enjoy Jackbox. It's been quite a while, since I played. I mean, I could have played, but I was not expecting Jackbox Party Pack 11. I was expecting Net Poker. But at least Mr. Scruggs acknowledged that it was going to be Jackbox instead of Net Poker. At least they acknowledged it. So I was thinking of playing along with them, but we were in the middle of our Friday Fun Night show. We had other fun, plans. So we just moved forward like nothing ever happened. So we just continued with Wheel of Fortune, and of course the 15-minute random character extravaganza preview, and then of course the exhibition game. And of course, we moved on to Sorry, and then we were interrupted for dishes at like the stroke of midnight. I hate it when I get interrupted for chores that late at night. Because it's usually at that time where we're wrapping things up, where I'm, wrapping things up, getting ready for bed, and, winding down for the night. And I thought this was funny too. I said hashtag Where's Jose when Jose Cazavez took over for the Mr. Monopoly on the game last night. Is that another warning from Mobile, or is that the same thing? It is the same thing. And it'll say already processed, so. Oh gosh. And the Bears game is also about to start. We missed the anthem last week. And we are just in time for it.
And now, singing our national anthem, praising you, Baltimore. Please welcome a member of Voices of Service, retired U.S. Army Master Sergeant Caleb Green. Beaming, who brought stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Beaming, and the rocket launcher, the bombs bursting in there, came through the night. The flag was still. That's our space. Where for the Today's national anthem was once again by Peter Green, a season 14 American.
That was
2020. Jeff Townshend.
all right. Kickoff is just moments away. So I won't restart the thing until we know this event is totally over, so. Alright. So we're going to hear the status of that watch soon. But it's on WGN. But let's look at the mesoskill here. May produce gusty winds. And a downstream watch, another watch is not anticipated. Okay. So then what are they going to do? Are they going to... Oh, here we go. They've extended the watch. So Baldwin and Escambia. So it's just Baldwin and Escambia now that are under the tornado watch. It'll actually be then when I restart my station because I want to get everything from Mobile, before we go too far into the afternoon. And as for the Bears game, I'm pretty sure my father is going to watch the game from the beginning. He's going to go back on the recording and watch it from the very start. At random times throughout the week. That is a friggin' lie.
Your idea, man.
All right. So we'll listen for the coin toss, and then we'll go of
Tony for football, the opening kickoff. And the Bears look after the business and opening their game today. The opening kickoff brought to you by the Bears of Bolingbrook, where you can elevate the future of your business. Visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more. To the right, the boot. Ravens to the left. On the near side, the Bears have twin returners, including Dylan Duvernay and Josh Blackwell. Tyler Luke to kick off for the Ravens. Yes, Tyler Luke is having a good year. Rookie out of a sixth-round pick, first Arizona drafted since Nick Folk, also a Baltimore Raven. On the short side, Kick Sale is around the 8-yard line.
I guess they must have done the coin toss while either I was talking or while they were talking. So I guess so it's either while they were talking or while I was talking they did the coin toss. So, but it doesn't matter to us. All right, and so with that, we will take our first commercial break here of the day while I go have my lunch now. And when we come back, the Roblox fun will begin. Okay, welcome back. Well, that break went longer than expected. Oh, of course, they decided to wait till 12:15 to. The NIN decided to wait till 12:15 to do it. But anyway, we are about ready to start here. But anyway, the Roblox fun is just moments away. Let me go back on NIN first before we start. I did see a Comcast come out as well, so I'll do that too. Okay, that's one. Now for the Comcast. This is the last thing to go back on, and we should be set. Okay. All right. With that set and done,
First down, they gotta get to the Bears 23-yard line. Nice job by Mayshawn Wright, though, Jeff. He's a guy that, was able to extend with that screen out there, never lose control of the play. And then when his opportunity came up, he was able to make a tackle. Pick up those 6 in the second quarter. 12:22 to go in it. 6-0 Bears on a Philip Santos field goal. Huntley in the gun. Now he's got Justice Hill is to his right, speedy back, and he's a very productive back as well. Slot right, hard count, bodies jump. And it's down the Ravens. It'll be on Ronnie Stanley. Gold first round pick in 2016, the 6th overall pick. He's been dealing with an ankle. Re-injured in week 6, but back here today, and that is his first false start of the season. And he's had quite a few injuries over the course.
all right. So we're gonna get started with Cornerstone here, but I want to go check on something else too before we start. All right. Well, good thing you're doing with the mailbox now instead of later. At least that's good. All right, then let's take another commercial break here. When we return, then we will start the Roblox fun. Alright, welcome back. Now it's time to get started. So, Cornerstone is up first. And I've already went back on all the Amtraks. We did that earlier for the first break. So I'll just go ahead and skip the loading. Alright, I still have Roblox turned down. Back in 23 hours. Well, like that's gonna happen, so.
But the flaw in the ointment, the fly in the ointment was the penalty, and that is going to be on to Marco Jackson. And that could have hit Webster and given the ball back to the Bears, but he thought it might hit him too. Can he do it again? Down to J-Mac at our own National Bank sideline.
Make sure that I got all of it here.
Because of the penalty call, now Corey's got to hit a banger.
Alright, that's that. 6 hours worth of the playlist, huh? I'm just looking to get another Sanjian for Christmas. Well, actually, no, it's not me.
And you might have four-story guys that shape us and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory, and you take care of you. Care safe, care command. Find extra care for your journey at UIHealth.care. With three locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you solely one.
Alright. I did see a new weather radio model in a post. Oh yeah, here we go. It's this one.
The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one company.
So that's what this model is.
That one gal, writing a story 50 years long and 50 million fans wide. Because legendary stories still to the light. It's the 50 years of Military. Celebrate
Yeah, looks like an interesting model. But, not getting it. Alright, why don't we get some music here? No, different one. That's much better. All these boxes here. I know how much you won't want to hear that music opposed. Other than the Roblox music, the music in the game. We got a free spin. So there's 5 spaces left to fill. Another one. It's down a bit.
Return to base immediately.
Nothing. Alright, 3 spaces left. And now we got just 1. No, we want a 24. Ah, we didn't get it. On wheels. Play the 3000 mode this time. That's it. Oh, I forgot something else too. A moment.
Return to base immediately. Return to base immediately.
Alright, that's taken care of now. Now on to the next game here. Yeah, you get 49,250 to win the bonus.
face immediately. Return to face immediately.
Wow, what is up with this game?
Single. Out.
Also, let's check the listings for ABC tonight while we're here. Because tonight should be AFV. Ooh, our game's on CBS tonight. Meet the computer you can talk to. A Copilot Plus PC. Seen all those commercials for it. There we go. Alright, so tonight we do have a new AFV in line. And then after that it's gonna be a full hour repeat from last year, so that's gonna be a full hour repeat from last year, so it's gonna be once again a full hour show. And this time only one full hour show. Just one full hour show and there won't be another. Not even a half hour edition, so. But I mean, I did enjoy the half hour editions too. You know, it's like extra time, you know, for funny videos and stuff. Ah, so close. Alright, why don't we go on to the Tringu game now? Oh, I ended up winning the jackpot. Got 400 points right on the nose. Nice. It's a big win there. We haven't played this in a little while, certainly. Alright, I've done 8 credits already. Cost 6 of the remaining credits. So only 4 credits remain. And this is what we would use with the final credits. Yeah. Of course, that's what I win. Alright, on to the next one now. Arcade Island. Yep. That was why I had to stop the music. All right. Now let's continue. Your departure. Alright, so the Wauwatosa Rail Cam came back. Did it go down again? Or is it buried deep in here? It's probably buried deep in here. There it is, Wauwatosa. Hopefully this will be the last time I have to use Wauwatosa to go back on the Borealis. Well, that's an interesting bug. I literally beat the buzzer. I literally got it at the buzzer. I got the last one at the buzzer. And even though the bonus game started, it still ended the game anyway, so... Not even letting me play this bonus round here. Oh my gosh, with the last second left.
Your trust is local personal injury lawyers. We get you. At 708 4 million. Here comes the Toyota Halftime Show. Michelle Bears Radio Network. Here's your host, Chris Silver. 10 to 6 Rangers over the Bears. Your halftime phone calls on the Toyota Halftime Show. 312-332-3776. Your football team.
Here's the halftime program.
Toyota truck. Learn more at Toyota.com.
All right, these 5 credits are the last ones.
Yard penalty, the illegal formation penalty, but that goes down as like 21 yards because then the next one was the so you're getting 20 yards. They're not the same as if you're backed up against your goal line. It's even more awkward than the indicator. When you're on the Toyota halftime show, as the Bears fans tend to say, what's a problem? Hey, I just wanted to say, welcome to the Bears Day Movie. I got a place for apartment from the Bodega, $18.50 a month, and if you need a private driver.
Bears are trailing. All right, 8 rolls left.
Some 58 yarders. The missing is the thing that he has been criticized with. Not enough. Mason St. Charles, you're on the halftime show. What's up, Matt? Hey, situational awareness. Caleb needs to know that he has to get out of bounds so that we save the timeout. Secondly, I hear you guys talk about all the time. Agreeing with you guys here. You got to have a guy that can go out there and kick a 58-yarder in today's NFL. That's all I got. Yeah, those are 2 very valid points. He picked up 21, 22 yards in the scramble, but getting out of bounds quickly with a ball. Some of the Solusi. What do you got for me, Sam? It's not acceptable performance by the offense. Caleb has to be more accurate, and he's got to get out of bounds there. And if you can't pitch for 58 yards, if you're short on that pitch, I'm sorry, in today's NFL, it's just not going to work. It's over under 2.5 on Carlos Santos call. I think we just hit the over with that last call. But again, if we could win it gets out. I know it's starting it, but the offense could be better and next line up for kickoff, 4 touchdowns. The end of the game, Jeff and Dexter made the player of the game. Don't miss the Benny posted the game in the fourth quarter. Benny is the official campaign provider of the Bears radio network. If you can't find it at Benny, it's probably not worth drinking. Bears fans, Jeff and Tom with their second half action coming up next. The Bears radio network. Input success is about team effort.
Roll.
They save your haircut details in QuickNotes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next second when you're up.
You get the bonus for completing that group. And that is the game.
Download our app today. Great clips. It's gonna be great. Casino, Walter, Indiana.
Yeah, every Friday in October, that would be nice. Oh yeah, they still want me to help get that mailbox set up, but thankfully there isn't anything much going on as of right now. Alright, so let's take another commercial break while I go check in with them, and then when we come back, we will resume our Roblox show. All right. Welcome back. Oh my god, that took forever. That took forever. I mean, we were on break for nearly 2 hours. But now we're finally back and we are ready to continue our Roblox Spectacular here for this week. But before we do that, we have some more catch up to do. Jesus fucking Christ, I did not expect that break to take that long.
National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for waters from Pensacola.
I didn't mute the desktop audio. There we go. And of course, that job meant I missed the rest of the game. Yeah, I missed the rest of the game, but as I said earlier, I'll let my father watch it in its entirety. Finally.
Thunderstorm capable of producing water spouts was located 11 nautical miles south of Big Lagoon, or 11 nautical miles south of Pensacola Pass, moving east at 15 knots. Hazard water spouts and wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source: radar.
Of course, we were beaten.
Water spouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas.
Yeah, those must be
Small
pretty good
craft could
ravens.
be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County,
Damn.
into Pensacola.
That was the most brutal 2 hours of my life.
Okaloosa, Walton County, lines
And that was a lot of time of our Roblox show wasted on top of that. And that is time, including what's coming up, that we are never going to get back. Well, maybe that'll give us some inspiration of what we could do for Sunday the 2nd. To make up for all the time that we've just lost. Since 633 has finally been allowed to expire.
Could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Winds and high waves are expected. Thunderstorms can produce sudden water.
Alright, and here's the last one. Whoa! Let's start over. Alright, that is done. That is over with. Now we can finally continue this. But what game should we move on to next? We were going to play this earlier, but we never got to it, as I have already said. I'm already going to go ahead and do different music. I need to get all this anger and stress out of me. I was so furious in that time. That's how bad it was. How about something that's a little more intense? No. No. No, not that one. How about this one? Yeah, that's even better. Wonder if that rail cam in Juvenile, Wisconsin went live yet. It said 24 hours till that. But I think the description of that also said that if it doesn't go live in 24 hours, then maybe it just needs more funding, and maybe it just needs more public funding before the camera's live stream can start. Because unlike with Virtual World Fan, it's Steel Highway that provides all it's the public who funds all of Steel Highway's rail cameras for us all to enjoy. That's 22 hours ago. But I'm very excited for this camera. Hopefully it comes online in time for builder number 8. Or number 7, I mean. Because I would love to see the Borealis go through there first, you know, even before it gets to Wauwatosa. So then I'll just use Sturtevant for the Borealis out of Chicago in the morning, and the builder coming out of Chicago number 7 in the evening. And then I'll just use Columbus for Detroit Lakes for builder number 8, and Borealis 1340. So this is exciting. I'm looking forward to Sturtevant. I'm getting excited. Because it sounds like that road can. It looks like that road can is going to be pretty nice when it's all ready for us here. So yeah, the stuff from last night is premiering now. And this stuff from today, I'll have it premiere on Wednesday evening, or maybe tomorrow. How about I have it premiere tomorrow evening? I'll have it premiere tomorrow evening in prime time. Yeah, how about I have it premiere tomorrow evening in prime time? Well, Tuesday evening in prime time, because we're not really going to be live for any shows or anything like that day. So I think it's fitting if we just premiere it in the evening in the prime time slot. And I'll go back on the test too before we stop. Well, that's not what it
Bye.
Yeah, there we go. I was gonna let the song complete here. Hopefully that will be the last time for a while that we have to go through a massive break like that. Because the last time we had a break that long was actually about a month ago when I upgraded my phone. That was the last time we had a long break like that. So, yeah, those are actually very rare cases actually here. Because usually our breaks tend to be like I'd say 20 minutes or less. But there we go. Why does it look like there's still some pieces of this? Isn't this supposed to all be gone? Okay, we got one piece to drop. We got to get rid of the other piece now. Yeah, I think that's enough destruction that I've done. Wow, I mean, we got through that pretty fast, didn't we? All right. I'll just let you gaze at the bridge here. Oh, never mind. Oh, that's right, because as I said, we're gonna catch up on the go get that one test before we because as I said, everything from tonight is going to be its own video, and it will premiere on Tuesday evening in the prime time at the beginning of the true prime time. Yeah, I'll premiere this in prime time. But it's nice to see that everybody's getting their tests in already, so. Oh, yeah, there was something I was going to mention too about last night, but I didn't get time to mention it. So I guess I can go ahead and mention it now. So the other thing was related to the Sunday test. For some reason, I believe this is the case. I think DC Radio 1 may have actually just stopped doing their automated tests at like 2 in the morning. Well, this is only the first week, and I think that probably explained why most of them actually ended up testing twice in the same week. In the same week last week. I think that was the reason why. So I think at this point, well, going by my rules here, for the automated test, this is currently the first strike. Remember, it just like in baseball, it's 3 strikes, and so they don't test for 2 more weeks at those times, and they're going off of the Sunday test monitors for good. And then I will probably change my Sunday bedtime a bit more. I'll probably just get probably get some of the other 2 a.m. tests, or maybe just stay up for just the regular 2 a.m. stuff, and then just probably tuck it in after. Well, actually, yeah, I so-called quits after WSLU, but I'll have to reduce it even further. So that is probably going to be the most likely case. But yeah, I'm going to need a little break. We're going to go take care of something for just a quick moment. All right. So that's all set up in the other room. I'll wait for whatever else is going on. So I'll just take this time and talk about some more stuff here before we go to our next break. Oh my god, I am so exhausted. I am just absolutely exhausted after. Oh, that was brutal, but I'm glad we got that done. The project with the mailbox, I was expecting it to take that long, as long as it did, but I'm at the same time glad it's over, so. But yeah, that's one more project we can put behind us now, so. I'm just glad about that, personally. But anyway, I didn't have time to talk about what's coming up later this week because I got distracted by MVG's sudden Saturday Monopoly stream. So I'll go ahead and talk about it now while we have a few minutes left here. So, we're going to continue our Roblox show after the break. And then, of course, we'll do Ticket to Ride tonight. Now, I could actually extend the Roblox show by another hour to make up for that hour that we lost from that work, from the job with the mailbox. So I can maybe extend it to about 8 p.m. So that way we can give our Roblox show a bit more time. But we'll see how long this break actually takes. Hopefully it doesn't take as long as it did. And then let's see. And then of course we'll do Ticket to Ride later tonight at 9 p.m. And I heard, and as I said at the top of the show, that's I believe when MVG is going to end up starting their third Monopoly Tournament of Champions because they want to get the semifinals done, so then they can spend time getting the finale episode ready, or the set for the finale episode ready, which is then set for sometime next month. So, because that's going to take a lot of time and preparation, to get ready. And I'm hoping by then they'll end up being ready to start Sorry. They got challengers going. They got the challengers started again. And now I'm looking for them to, hopefully then they're getting ready to get started with Sorry. Hopefully they'll get Sorry started. So yeah, I'm hoping they'll get Sorry started, soon, because I was expecting them to start Sorry the Game Show after we finished our Sorry series. Last month. Well, earlier this month we actually completed the Sorry tapings, and the renderings and all that, leading up to the Nostalgia finale, and we finalized that, and then now we're on 5th Grader, and now we're nearing the end of it. If they do end up starting it right at 9 p.m., then I'll just have it play on I'll just play it on another device. And then I'll just, watch the rest of it. Later. And then tomorrow, of course, will be our Minecraft show as usual. And then Tuesday. And then tomorrow, by the way, we're still gonna have a whole lot of time because once again, Name That Tune and Weakest Link will not be on this week because of the World Series. Tuesday night, again, nothing, but I have decided that is when I'm going to post that's when I'm going to premiere the compilation from today. That is still currently being produced. But then in terms of actual things, Monday I'll just focus on my college work, and then Tuesday finish the rest of it, and then Tuesday finish the rest of it, as well as the remaining 10 episodes of 5th Grader, which we're down to the final 10. Wednesday will be our weekly test show as usual, and then Thursday, Backyard Baseball. By then, I'm hoping to have 5th Grader completely finished in terms of the uploading process. Then that will be the start of the plan preparation phase for the next 2 shows. And then Friday, that's going to be Halloween. I know we're going to have trick-or-treaters and stuff like that. So I'm thinking maybe the first part of the day we'll just do we'll just finish the planning and preparation, and then, I'll go handle the trick-or-treating and stuff, like, handing out the candy and all that, all the good stuff that comes with Halloween. But we're still looking to go on for our Friday show at 7, as unusual, because I'm pretty sure that's when all the trick-or-treaters are going to be done. And then Saturday, we still do not know what the plan is, but I am currently planning on not doing the Saturday show. Not that day, but we have yet to see the final plan. Sunday, we'll see how that plays out. And then Monday the 3rd, again, I'll focus on my college work. Tuesday, I'll do the OS Fundamental, some other stuff, for college, and then do the software updates on all my PCs. Get them all on the latest version. And then Wednesday, of course, our weekly test show as usual. And then Thursday, I did hear about, it's going to be another one of those weeks of exams, like quarterly exams and stuff. So I'll get that taken care of. And then when that's all finished, I'll then move on to production on Ticket to Ride, which there's going to be 165 episodes currently to fill in the time frame between April and November of next year. Because we did all the planning and, the calculations and everything yesterday. We did the planning and everything for it. Friday again, more tapings, Fun Night Show and whatnot. But then Sunday the 9th, Tuesday the 11th is going to be the only remaining day that our Roblox show will be at its original time slot of 4 p.m. on Tuesday, because that day is Veterans Day, and of course my college, along with a very few other schools, are closed for the day. So then Sunday the 9th, I'm thinking what we'll do. Maybe we'll just do another hour or so of the Roblox show that we were not able to do. Maybe another half hour of it to make up for what we lost. Or we could do maybe another Minecraft Head Start. We'll just do a second Minecraft show the day before, like we did a few weeks ago when we worked on I-67 and 502. Or we could just take the day off completely. Well, not completely, but if we just take the day off in the morning, we'll still come on in the evening for Ticket to Ride. And then I'll probably just spend the day taping episodes of Ticket to Ride. So, what I'm thinking right now is let's see how the first week goes. What I'm thinking is, let's see how the first week goes, the 6th and the 7th. And then I will decide how the 9th will go from there. Because like with 5th grader, it's going to be a short span. And I believe each of the episodes are going to be maybe about 7-8 minutes to tape. So I have a good feeling we might be able to get through a lot of them. Kind of like how we did with Tower of Cash. you know, when we did that show. It'll sort of be like that. But I guess in some sort of sense. But as I said, we'll see how the 6th and the 7th go, and that will decide whether we'll do something on the 9th live, or we'll just take the day off live. You know, just film more episodes of Ticket to Ride and then do Ticket to Ride live later at 9 p.m. that night. And then after, then of course Monday, and then after that week, everything should be mostly back to normal. Because then, of course, Wednesday the 26th would then be our next weekly test show, and then Thursday the 27th, I believe, is Thanksgiving. Yeah, the 27th is Thanksgiving this year. And then the week after is finals and stuff, so I want to dedicate the week of the 1st and the 6th through the 6th of December to get those done. And then, of course, the 8th is when then I'll be full on with production of Yahtzee, and that will be the last show to tape for the fall taping cycle. And then I'm hoping that by the time we get to Christmas Eve, when we get to the Christmas festivities, then we will end up completing Yahtzee and seeing if we have any time left to film any more shows, you know, before our fall taping deadline comes up. But we're getting there. 5th grader has been the toughest part of this whole thing, so yeah, 5th grader has been pretty tough, but I have a good feeling that we're going to be done very soon, and I'm personally glad for that. All right. I think that's enough talking for now. I'm going to give my mouth some rest, and myself some rest too. So, let's take another commercial break here, and then when we come back, we will continue the Roblox extravaganza. Okay, welcome back, everyone. That took about 45 minutes. Yep, as expected. I'm just letting the weather scan thing automatically reconnect. After that, and let me refresh the chat. So now that we're all done with that, now we can continue on with our show. So let's see what other games we've got in line for you tonight. The RO Scale Sandbox. So let's see what this is about here. So essentially, we can recreate the BNSF racetrack with this. Yeah, I gotta put a new length in every time. So there we go. Now we have 3 tracks, exactly like the racetrack. Oh, here we go. Here's where we get all of our stuff. Yeah, we can spawn trains and things like that. So basically, we can make we can basically make long trains here. So that seems cool, isn't it? Yeah, I think we can try it. All right, why don't we actually put on some music this time? Because we didn't have that on. We did have music on initially, but then all that mayhem and everything from earlier was what threw everything off course. So, all right, so there we go. So pressing on something, and then yeah, there we go. That's how we erase stuff. And I wonder what other kind of things we can add here. Can we add like, I wonder what else we can add. Can we add like grade crossings and stuff like that? I think we can. Let's take a look. Narrow buffer, turns, switches, interactables, power loaders. Here we go. Roads. Okay, these are road pieces. Single road crossing. Okay, so we have a UK crossing, single road crosswalk. Here we go, that's an average railroad crossing piece. So that's neat. So we have to click on an object and then we can do whatever action we want. So interesting. All right, we're gonna do, no, not gap fill. That's not what I wanted. No, not gap fill. No, no, no. Oh, dang it. Build tool, change to delete. Oh wait, it's not changing, isn't it? Maybe I have to hit close quick build. Turn this back to standard and then... What am I even selected on right now? Rails. That's an average US grade crossing, so I think we can actually split it, you know, into like multiple things. That's neat. But here we go. This is the move tool, which we can use to... We have to choose an item, but can't really get stuff to delete, can I? But yeah, this actually seems like this actually sounds like pretty good fun. So I have to press play, and then it just takes us to this actual. And then it shows who the owner is, and there's some sample of stuff we can do. Now, where do we go to turn off the music, or is there no option to? Settings. Track snap. Collision disabled. Doesn't look like we have a choice, don't we? Okay. There's a quick build. We can quickly put together a track. But before we do that, let's actually get some decorations in here. So now I wonder what we can do. I think we can split this into multiple I wonder if we can split this into multiple pieces, so then we can, you know, have, instead of just, you know, instead of like 3 separate crossings, why don't we have, you know, everything all in one crossing? I wonder if that's possible. Well, you know what? We can try it. Alright, so let's delete this piece. So, roads. So here's the 4-lane configuration, kind of what we see, you know, with central. But then we have to lay this down. And then we have to go over here, and then we can just choose our object, and then we can rotate it. Yeah, then we can rotate it as much as we want. So there we go. So that's one piece, but the crossing isn't completely automated though, which is interesting. Yeah, I'll just go and play my own music here. How about something not that intense, you know, because we're in the middle of construction here. You know what, let's kind of do how I did it, you know, how I used to do my layouts back in the day. Let's see, this is just one road piece. That's UK. We can go to Rails here, and then this is where we get all of our pieces. So we'll just do it in we'll just do this in multiples. So here's one. That's gonna make me choose another item. And then we have it so that way it's already set up so that way it can link everything in one, so there we go. Now we got 3 separate grade crossings. But you know what? I guess we can go ahead and do it all at once. I like that idea. I like that idea better, so let's select an object, and then, well, we gotta choose each object one at a time and then press delete, so then we can pick our pieces. No, it's rows we want. I like the 4-lane idea. I like this idea. And then we have to lay it down, then we can rotate it. Yeah, then I gotta press rotate, and then I can rotate it. The piece we want is then I gotta rotate it again. So maybe this is something we can revisit at some point, you know, multiple times down the line. Because this game actually is pretty good. I like it. Gotta choose it and then select move. And then I can move it up and down, and yeah, I can move it left and right. Okay, good. Cool. Then I just need to move it. Yeah, so I can align it with the other one. I wonder if... Well, they're mostly in sync. Okay. These are just road pieces. See if there's a 4-lane road piece. And we have a crossing plate. So we can use this to put down 3 tracks. But then we have to go back here. And then rotate it. Oh wait, no, this rotates it around. Perfect. Then move. Yeah, I can't even see the arrow. There's the arrow. Am I even moving the piece? Am I even moving the piece? I am not even moving the piece at all. You know what? Why don't we bring everything closer? How about that? I think that's a better idea. Let's bring it all closer. Let's bring it all like pretty close. Yeah, I think that's better, you know, for the ultimate experience. Oh, there we go. I gotta grab that arrow again. There we go. And now where do we get our duplicate tool? Okay, maybe I have to put another one down and then it'll put down buildings if I so like. Huh, that's neat. I gotta use that move tool again. Rotate. Then move it to align. No, not that. This one. I gotta do it a few more times. I gotta bring that other piece. I've actually had this crazy idea for quite a bit. Now, where do we actually save our stuff? Now, where do we actually save all this? Or do we lose it? Now, where does it save everything? does it just save everything here? Now actually, before we continue, where do we go to save our stuff? That's our question. Here we go, settings. Well, that's just some rules, but I'm looking at where I want to go to save my, to save my work and whatnot. I'm curious. Oh, here we go. This is save. Here we go. This is save. Save tools. Clear plot, save, load. Alright, here we go. Save. So we gotta click a save and give it a name. Let's just call it Racetrack. And we can give it a description. A recreation of the BNSF Racetrack. It doesn't do it, okay. So maybe we just click save. Oh, override save slot, no. Okay, it didn't tell me what I was doing with it. I'll just call it Racetrack. Oh, there we go, so it automatically saves. Okay, cool. So then when I come back to the game, I can just open it up again and then when I come back, it'll be waiting for me. This is awesome. I love it. Definite like. That is a definite like. So then I gotta click play. It'll take me right back to the sandbox. So then notice we're back with a blank slot again. So then we go here, save, and there it is. Then we can just load it. Go ahead and clear the lot. And then in just a bit it should pull up everything that I've had already. Maybe I have to click load first and then... That's pretty nice, so I can just click my save and then hit load. That doesn't look like it wants to load. It doesn't look like it wants to load. I don't know why it doesn't want to load, but you know what? That's pretty cool, actually. Options. What are our choices here? Let's see. Options, and then we click so do we click this and then click options? Or what do we do here? So that's cool, but it doesn't look like anything is coming back. Maybe we have to put it in a different spot or something. Well, you know what? Let's try it in a different spot and see if we get a different result. Let's try it in a different place and see if it gives us a different result. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Then I can use whatever I want. Wiring. Wire logic items together. What does this do? Does it do anything? That's right. So then I can... So I'll just give it a different name here. I'll put it in this area and call it Racetrack 2. Then I can press save and overwrite. Okay, so then it just overwrites the other slot that we already had, so... Then I just click a slot to save it to, and there we go. There it is. It's saved. I'm not sure if it's a bug with the server or whatnot, but you know, maybe I'll try this a bit further, you know, maybe in a future episode, maybe in a future show I'll give it a try, you know, try it further and see what we can do. Yeah, that's the best I can get it to center, but it's okay. Alright, now comes the fun part. Where's that piece again? Here we go. Alright. Now for the fun part. You ready? And you can see it didn't put it down all the way. But we're gonna that's where we're gonna use the move tool now, or rotate, whatever. Yep. And then let's see what happens if we load it. Yep. I guess it must be a bug or something. Yeah, I think it must be a bug someplace. I don't know. Because even after I click it, it doesn't load, so... Yeah, it doesn't look like it wants to load for some reason. I don't know. It could just be me. So this is the ultimate experience right here. I like this. Okay, maybe I think I had two pieces close together. Let's put these down again. There, that's better. Alright, now it's time to put down some rails. But, oh wait, these are gap fill. Gotta go to quick build, and I'll make it 500. Go to the move tool. Well, we gotta choose an object first, then use the move tool. Now, how do we clear the short turn? Yeah, we're gonna start with one grade crossing and then we'll go from there. Piece does not want to move. Now it does. Or maybe we have to lay down the track first and then put the faceplate, then put the plates on. Alright. Alright, now it's on to the fun part. Gotta get rid of this and then do quick build. And then 500. Then we can press this. Oh, maybe it only. Oh, maybe it can only go. It can't go beyond the thing. Yeah, I think there's some bugs in the code or something. I don't know what's going on. But the thing is, we're getting somewhere. That rotates. Does that duplicate it? It does. So essentially we can copy a whole bunch of track pieces and we can And then we can start moving them together. See, that makes this procedure much easier. Here's where we can start laying down trains and stuff. Then we can have this be a freight train. And I don't think you can rotate the locomotives, though. I don't think you can. I don't know if there are special controls either. Then you click find address, and then we can couple them together. Yeah, then we can throttle it into reverse, and then we can move forward. Doesn't seem like it wants to work. Okay, there's supposed to be a button somewhere that allows us to delete the locomotive. Oh, this isn't flipped around. There, that's better. So where do we get the oh, consist editor? Here we go. There we go. So now that adds both locomotives to the consist. And now both can go forward. Beautiful. Alright, now we can add whatever rolling stock we can. So we can make this a really long intermodal train if we wanted to. Yeah, something different for a change. But you know what? We'll play around with this a little more on next week's show. Maybe I'll see if I can try to build it further. Probably during the planning period if I have enough time. So let's quick build. Oh, so just clicking on the cars will then mount some containers to it. Interesting. But where do we get the option? Train manager. We can clear all trains from the list. Now, let's see here. What's the delete tool? I guess we can't delete consoles here. Tools. Train deleting tool. So that's where we go to edit a consist. Okay, good. Alright, so then we can... Oh, it's still in that mode, isn't it? I gotta tell it to, I gotta put it back into a different, and I can go here and smart delete. And press delete does what? Nothing. Train deleting tool. So I can just choose everything and it will delete. It'll delete whatever is highlighted. I think I put down the wrong type of rail. Oh, so enabling Omega Town just pulls this up. Okay. So I don't know where this came from, but that's interesting. Let's clear the whole plot before we go on. So clear the plot. Yes. Or you have to go to that, wherever I had that, and disable it. Disabled. There we go, and now it's gone. This is basically a history of what I've spawned. But that delete tool is still active at the same time, so I change it to terrain, building. There you go. Re-rail mood consist. Oh, maybe I have to click cancel. And there we go. That ends up canceling that. So. Or maybe not. Okay, maybe if I reload the game. And then reload that plot I was working on. And then load. And then what happens? Does it load automatically or not? Yeah, I guess maybe not, but you know what? That does actually seem like that actually does seem like fun. But I think it's best if we just wait for, I don't know what's the history log. The only limit to this game is your imagination. Yeah, let's actually build that rail line instead of destroying San Francisco this week for a change. But then I want to know, how often does it actually, reprint everything that I've done? So that's actually what I'd like to see, so yeah, how about we play around with this instead of San Francisco this week for a change? Yeah, just a bit of something different because, I just came across this, so I want to take advantage of it while we can, so. And rotate this. And this is back to standard highlighting. We can do 1. Actually, let's expand it to 5. There we go. Now we can choose the object and the tool and rotate it as much as we want. There we go. And we can use the move tool again. And then we can press the duplicate button 3 different times. Then we can move the other pieces into their spots. We can do quick build. Let's do 70, not 70W. We gotta do it again. We gotta type the same number and then we can put it down. Yeah, we gotta type the number every time and then press the button. Yeah, we gotta do it. Yeah, we gotta do it every time. So I'll do 90 for the next one. If I feel like adding more grade crossings at some point, at a later point, then of course I will do that. Go. Let's do 90 again. Then I think since we're getting close, we're only going to focus in the green area here. Instead, I want to know how long it actually takes to regenerate the track once the... Now, what does wires do? 1. Is that like, is that for like a grade crossing or something? I think so. We can just turn wires off. So yeah, then I gotta type 90 and then I can put down my piece. Yeah, it looks like this area actually goes quite far, so let's do 100 for the next one. Then I gotta keep typing the number. How about 200 for the next one? Okay, now it's time to lay down some curves. You know what? I got a better idea. Let's lay down a standard track instead. Alright, you know what? Go back to quick build. Let's do 100 studs for the straight track. Oh, what's even active? Oh, I gotta hit close quick build. Then I can do the actions with it. And then I can press cancel, and that cancels that action. Now we can put down some curves. And I can copy and paste this as many times as I want. Move another curve piece back up. Wait, that's going to cause some conflict, isn't it? Okay, so let's simplify it to large turn. Rotate it. Yeah, the most important thing is making sure everything is correctly aligned. Doesn't look like we get much of a choice, don't we? Alright, let's try medium turn instead. There we go. So then the tracks will automatically link together. I have to choose this piece. Yeah, let's root the curve over for right now. Actually, just delete it because we're going to mess around with it later. And then we'll put down the large turn piece again. Now the curves, that's proving to be a challenge. Yeah, let's just get this first. Yeah, let's try and get this figured out. Okay, and then we can try and set this piece down again. Yeah, maybe you have to put down another straight piece. But this time do it in a smaller, but maybe go a bit smaller. Like 180 instead. And I'll save this so we don't lose any of this. Track. Save. We gotta click empty save. And type that. And then save. Let's go 500. I gotta type the number again. Go full 300 for the next one. And if I go back to quick build, and they'll just say 200. And we can do 2,000 if we wanted to. Oh, that must be dinner. Yep, as I expected. Let me save this. Yes, save it. Yeah, save that. So yeah, this is what we'll finish our show off with here for this week. Yeah, I heard the call, but I'll let the final 12 seconds of the song go. Alright, now let's stop for dinner and then we'll continue this thing. Alright. So it's not going to be much longer now before dinner. The main course, that was just the beginning of it. D. There we go, that'll allow me to set down a curve. Alright. Delete this piece. $3,000. Alright, I think 3,000 is a little too much. Alright, maybe it needs to be 2,000. 2,000 only. 2,000A. 2,000. There we go. That's more like it. Alright. Now here's where we add the curve again. Okay, let's add some more track segments here before we put down curves. Okay, maybe we need to do this. Alright, then we can put down the curve again. There we go. Now they're all aligned. Alright, back to quick build. We can add another 2,000 to that. Let's add 2,500 to this. And 3,000 to this side here. See, look at that. Now it's coming together, isn't it? It is absolutely coming together. Alright, I don't know if there's a way we can separate the tracks. Okay, that's permissions. Tools. Smart delete. Well, that deletes the whole thing. Okay, maybe 2,500 is a little too much. Let's do 2,100 instead. And then we'll do 2,200 for the other piece. And yep, that is the main course. Let's make sure the tracks are in a good position before we start. Okay, yeah, that's still a little too much. But let's save this before we move on here. save, and overwrite. Yeah, I don't want to do anything else too much. So, okay, maybe 2100 is a little too large. So, we'll have to shorten it down even more. Well, actually, you know what? I think this is a good place to put this Roblox show to rest because I don't want it timing out, like 20 minutes. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. That RO scale sandbox. That does look pretty cool. I'm sure that save will carry over on mobile. So if I remember, maybe I'll play around with that a little bit more often. But anyway, AFV is about to start. Well, that was a great opening part to the show. What the heck? I don't know why, but somehow I created a new tab group and named it closing parenthesis. I hear Christian music in the background. Let's see what the. Looks like that was the end of the show. Ah, pretty fun. I'll have to, yeah, I'm thinking about playing that again. All right. Got that taken care of. I'll have to rewatch that again on the Fort Madison camera. I'll probably do that a few more times before we're done here. And then after AFV, we'll maybe we'll tour around that town where that new camera's going. Oh, I'm curious to see where that Jamaica on the weather scan. Let's rewind on the Fort Madison camp so we can hear the. Oh my gosh. That's great. Oh my gosh. Well, that's as amazing as it gets, isn't it? Alright, so the camera has not gone live yet. And then everything on the Aurora subdivision. Oh, great. You get to see what Barney the Cockatoo is up to tonight. The stud muffin moves. Yeah, that's lovely. So there are only 6 cameras live right now. Train Fest in Milwaukee. And then there's Bulldog Builders Waukesha. And then Pressbox Fond du Lac. And there's another end of Wauwatosa. And then the Prairie du Chien Live, the camera that's. Yeah, I don't think they have a website yet. Oh, this is a great Halloween episode so far. Buster and Earl. The Bear Mountain Bridge westbound. Inside the fight, the quiet leaf blowers. So there are the totals from last night's thing. Windows 10 support has ended, yeah. And I believe AFE is about to return. All right. Well, what an amazing, what a great episode of AFE that was. I'm gonna get back to all that other stuff here in just a second, but I'm thinking I'll respond to that on the other system. Yeah, because I saw it in the chat. Let's see here. Let's see. I'll let him know that. Yeah, because he's doing another EAS scenario, so at least that's something else that can fill in the time during the. What is this? Just Minecraft. Just Minecraft. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, more stuff about Roku.
Did any of this beat the damn television? You. Brand. Do not get Raku. Do not get it.
And he just expresses his concern over Roku. Oh, yeah, there's that Paramount history again I've been watching. I don't know how I got myself back into that. But, yeah, definitely. Revisit the speaker tour and Lynnhaven Mall. New Bismarck Mandan Railroad Bridge. But that update was as of August. Yeah, was as of August of 2025. All right. Well, as much as I would have liked to continue, with the whole Roblox thing, I don't even think we're going to be able to get through San Francisco, as quickly, as we could, as much as I'd like to, because the whole thing would take about an hour, and I don't really think that's worth the time. Train at the Columbus Railroad Station. Yep. 20th Century Fox television history. A time lapse conversion from Monday Night Raw to NHL. And then there's the thing about Windows 10. It looked sweet until I tried it. It's a lot of cats. The most cursed videos on the internet? Oh my goodness. What happened to this one? Oh, it's just another train crossing in Brazil. Yeah, just another one of those. All right. Well, before we get into anything else, here tonight, why don't we, sort of recap everything that I had been doing earlier? Well, what we had been doing earlier today, for those of you who may have missed part of the show. Really, Mobile? I thought 20. I thought 3 p.m. was going to be the last one, but I guess it seems like Mobile's not done with us yet. But I'll just head over to WJON TV and take care of it. Yeah, and yeah, over to WJON TV and take care of it there. Why is this paused? There we go. Now that's resynced. But before that happens, I'm actually sending over a recording. I won't go into detail onto what it's about, but maybe that might be something I might want to mess around with tonight after we're done. Alright, it's finished. It seems like the live annotation update also came to 23H2. I thought it would just be 24 or 25H2, but I guess not. Okay. Now, on then with the discussion. So, of course, as you all know, I had played an immense amount of catch up this morning before we started, which was why we were half an hour late. Which is why we were half an hour late. Yeah, which was why we were half an hour late. But I am going to pull Roblox up here. It's not that we're going to finish the Roblox show. It's just that I actually want to see how long it takes to restore the project that we were working on in a new game that we were playing earlier. You can see how my spot is cleared out. And go to load this, and then press load. Now, how long does it normally take to load everything? So, I don't know how long it takes to load everything, but we can load a sample project if we wish. Yeah, I don't know if it's ever going to load. Sometimes I have to press it multiple times and then hit load. Because isn't it supposed to load automatically or something? Huh. It's not. I'll wait about 5 minutes and see if it ends up loading. I don't know what's going on with it. Well, the save menu bug on mobile has been fixed, but I think the loading part might actually have issues at the moment, so. Yeah, because it's supposed to load right away, which is interesting. And it won't let me close it. There we go. Yep, I'll go and delete that too. Yeah, I created a separate group so I can take a look at possibilities for my Oh wow, they already have a looks like he's already got a script for me. I'll get that taken care of here in just a moment, but let me continue with the discussion first before we go any further, and then I'll decide where we take it from here. So, we did play a lot of our Roblox show, although a lot of our time was lost because, one, my parents wanted me to spend several hours of our time working on replacing the mailbox, and two, um, our usual cutting of our services for like 45 minutes. But we did return and we were eventually able to finish the show, and we did finish in RO Scale Sandbox, which is one of those HO Scale, which is one of those, you know, creative HO Scale train creation games, sort of like that. Now, I think that might be a bug right now where it doesn't load anything. I think that's a bug. But you know what? I'll give them some time and we'll see if they end up fixing it. Hopefully they do. I'm sure they will with the next update. They'll end up fixing that bug. But yeah, that was kind of a nice way to end the Roblox show here instead of San Francisco and all that usual stuff. Again? What is up with this? Great, I'm gonna have to. This keeps going. I'm gonna have to reinstall the app again because the app is not behaving the way it should, and I know that for a fact. But aside from that, let me go on here. So yeah, and then of course we have KDK coming up tonight, and at the top of the show, I said that MVG had finally gotten around to doing the second semifinal game of Monopoly, and they are really serious about it because they're actually going to do another one tonight. From the timestamp they said it would be 10 p.m. Eastern time, so that's going to be right when we start Ticket to Ride. So this is going to be another one of those times where an MVG live stream clashes with our live program. But we'll do it how we do it. So we'll do Ticket to Ride on one of the iPads. We'll just proceed as usual, but I'll have the mic off and I'll just play the other stream on one of my other devices. Whether it be my iPhone or maybe on not on my PC, because the application audio is going to go right through OBS as well. So that certainly would not be a viable choice. But yeah, that's the whole point there. But anyway, I'll go ahead and get the script taken care of and then send it over to Starlight so it can be processed. And then after that, we'll see what else we can do here. Maybe I'll talk about a few more things. And well, basically, I'll just repeat some things from over the weekend, and then we'll go from there. Okay, I got the script taken care of. I will go ahead and send it over now. I'm going to tell it to put this script in a different directory from all the others. Beautiful. All right, let's see here. There we go. Okay, that takes care of that. That did not take that long at all. We will give him as much time as he needs to process the script. And then, of course, well, it's a scenario, so there's a lot of other people working on it too. So it's just that everyone has to get their scripts sent in. It's just that everybody has to get their scripts sent in, and then once he has them all, then he can start piecing the video together. All right. So with that out of the way, the other thing is that there was actually supposed to be a new Relcam going up today. Actually, it's been already installed. It's just waiting for the right time to make it, public for everyone. It is in the town of Sturtevant, Wisconsin. And it's going to be streaming under Thirsty. It's going to be streaming under the Tavern League of Rail Fans, the same people that run the Economawalk camera, which I've been going back on the Builders and the Borealis on until Steel Highway installed Columbus, Wisconsin, and Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. And it's going to be installed. Let's see, I believe it's going to be installed right here. It's already installed. They did like a 24-hour preview, like a whole day in the town during the week in 24 hours. And that's what they did. So the camera is installed on the side of the building, and where the trains are, you can see there's a mural there of the steam locomotive. And there's no trespassing notice on the relay case. And then this is the crossing equipment. The crossing equipment here. And then we can actually pull up the page further, and we can take a look at the place, see what it's like and whatnot. Yeah, here's a sample of some of the food. This looks like a patty melt. I believe that's a different kind of French fries, and I think those are cheese sticks, mozzarella sticks. There's some of the outdoor game facilities. And then here's one of those menu options. A nice delicious hamburger and fries. Whitnall Park Beer Garden. And then there's some chicken wings here. And that looks to be a hot dog and chips. I'm pretty sure they're redistributing Lay's chips, or to me those look like they're Lay's chips. And I'm not sure what this wheel is here for. Yeah, that looks like a patty melt to me. Or is it just some bread? It's probably just some bread. And of course, that's where they host their live music. And that's nice. There's a railroad crossing mural right there. And then here's some And there is the outdoor amphitheater. So yeah, that's the outdoor amphitheater. Then this is the billiards tables. And then here's like all four menu, well, most of them. So then there's like a full burger with all the toppings and everything. And it looks like they actually end up serving popcorn. Well, it was 2017. That was as of the time the pictures were taken. So obviously things may have changed now. But you know, maybe if we end up in this town someday, maybe if I do end up in this town someday, then maybe I could do a whole. Oh, this is really cool. Now we can get a 360 view of the entire place. So here's the stage where they do all the live performances. Well, the indoor live performances. And then, of course, there's some of the TVs there. You know, that they can play, you know. And this is as of September 2018. Oh, and they still have that popcorn machine there at the time. Yeah, some of the things are blurred out on the TVs. Well, there's a reason for that. There's the train crossing. And that's the outdoor facility. No, I'm not going to include this last part of the marine warning. I'm not going to include that. But that sure does look like a very interesting place. You know, to be hosting a rail cam like this. So it's pretty cool. It's just if people want it and, you know, there's someone to actually sponsor and actually put in the money to actually put up equipment like that, then that's great. But then there are some that don't have, you know, that don't have the need or don't find, you know, the rail cam equipment a viable, you know, venture. Like with Gwinnett, Texas, Virtual Rofan actually just discontinued that camera because of low viewership to their, and I do understand why that is. I mean, compared to all the other rail cams there, you know, they want to focus on what's, you know, the most popular. You know, what rail cams are most popular. You know, like Fort Madison or La Plata or Kearney, Nebraska. You know, some of those are generating, especially Fort Madison. Those are pretty. That rail cam brings in pretty good numbers. And La Plata is usually one of the best ones. It's like one of the hottest seats in the house when it comes to, you know, when they're what they're best known for. Wrong way. And this is on the Canadian Pacific C&M subdivision. This actually, I believe, is the same subdivision that goes through Northbrook because I followed the rail line. I actually followed the rail line from here during the while we were doing Game of Life. So I followed the rail line in its entirety, and so yeah, follow the rail line, and then of course it leads up to Roundout, which from there would lead up going to Northbrook. So this is pretty cool. So now we have a rail cam that'll actually show us Canadian Pacific and all three Amtrak that serve Wisconsin. Well, all three. Well, I guess there might be more, but the Hiawatha, the Borealis, and of course the Empire Builder. So I guess maybe they're waiting for, more of the proper funding before the camera actually goes live for us all to enjoy. But once it does, let me tell you, it is going to be absolutely, worth it. And let me tell you how worth it it's going to be. The builder is going to go through there. I'm talking about builder number 7 and Borealis 33. It's going to go through there before it ends up in Wauwatosa. So, right before it ends up in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. So, yeah, because Stuyvesant, Wisconsin is actually the first in line before. It's like the first camera in line. Yeah, the first one in line after the Illinois-Wisconsin border. On the road to Milwaukee. But then, of course, Oconomowoc is right after that. And then Columbus, Wisconsin would then be the next one in line. And then, of course, all points west after that. But this would not affect builder number 8, as I'll continue to see it in Detroit Lakes, as it usually passes through there first. As that would be one of the first cameras that sees builder number 8. What I'm saying is into the next day. So, when the builder comes through at 4 in the morning while I'm still asleep, I'll, then, when I wake up and get ready, to start the day and whatnot. Detroit Lakes is the rail cam I first see, to see the builder. And then for Borealis 1333, then it will be Sturtevant. Well, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that town name correctly. But yeah, that is where that rail cam will be going up. And since that's the first one in line through Milwaukee, of course, that will be where I get to see the morning Borealis. Now, for those who remember from last month, I was very lucky because I got to see the morning Borealis through one of the first towns it goes through, which is Northbrook. Because I got to see the morning Borealis, but I didn't get to see the evening one, there, because I was already on our way. Because, well, basically, the whole story, so I'm not going to lecture you with all that information, but I will pretty much see the 2 Amtrak trains out of Chicago on this rail cam. But for the Hiawatha, from what I looked, the consists are pretty much going to be mostly the same since those consists run multiple times a day. The Hiawathas run multiple times a day. As for the Borealis and the Empire Builder, they only run twice. Considering both of them are long distance trains. The Borealis only covers a quarter of the Empire Builder, which ends up going all the way to Seattle. And even when we were planning for the Seattle trip, I was thinking, you know what? It would have been good if we took the train, but it would take longer, if we took a train instead of, out of the airport. And even for a while after, I'm still thinking about that time. The Sunday, that we were heading back to Chicago. And we were up at like 3:30 in the morning, heading to the airport to catch, the only direct flight that was available to Chicago from Seattle. And it was at like 6:30 a.m. Yeah, we were there at like 3 a.m. and we were up at 3:30 in the morning. And we barely got any sleep that night. Well, the night before, because we only went to bed at like 10, 11 o'clock. It was only like 11 o'clock where we finally ended up falling asleep. we didn't get too much. We did not get too much sleep time after that, because then at 3:30 in the morning we just get up and get on our way. You know, but the hotel we stayed at had a shuttle bus. You know, that would take us to the terminal. You know, from there, we bagged up our luggage and well, actually, we didn't have any luggage to bag. We just took it around and we just used it as a carry on. You know, as we were going through the terminal and finding our waiting spot and our gate and things like that. And then we ended up getting coffee at Starbucks, the Starbucks there at the terminal. But it was actually definitely it was definitely something different. I gotta say, because it's been certainly a while since I've been up at 3:30 in the morning. And good thing I've changed. I'm very glad I've changed because now I usually go to bed at only midnight, 1 a.m. Only, actually throughout the week. Because the only time I go to bed at midnight would be tonight. Yeah, tonight and then all the other day and tonight and Wednesday night. Or Tuesday night, I should say. Tuesday night to Wednesday morning. And then all the other days, we're talking Monday night into Tuesday morning. And then Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And then Saturday morning, early Saturday morning, it's usually around 1 a.m. And then the other remaining days, only Friday morning and Sunday morning. That's the only time I go to bed at 2:30 a.m. now, so. But I think I was thinking with DC Radio 1 possibly no longer doing their automated tests at 2 in the morning, I think this might actually be a good time to maybe change the sleep cycle schedule a bit for Monday, or no, for Sunday, I mean. So maybe just get the midnight automated test and then just go right to bed. But I don't know. We'll see how the next few weeks go, and then I'll go from there. Let's see, there we go, Studevant, and then we just follow it up right here. Yep, and then there's Milwaukee. Yep, and then here's the Wisconsin Lakeshore. And yeah, there's not that many Lake Michigan beaches in Wisconsin than I think there are here in Illinois. Yeah, we didn't end up going to the beach at all when we were in Wisconsin. We didn't really do that. But I sure enjoyed my time in Wauwatosa, that's for sure. We're talking way before that Rocam went live, so I'm actually happy there's a Rocam in Wauwatosa. And the railroad sign is mounted on the telephone pole. And then there's that. It says no train horn. And of course, that all important yield sign. And then there's the pedestrian crosswalk. And then for those who maybe don't remember, if we turn the clock back to 2017, the Bavaria was here, and this is where I went to, and this is where I actually was when I was in the town. We were there for lunch, and the Watertown subdivision was right there, and that was the only time I ever rode in a CP line at the time. But now it's CNM that I got to watch. Well, sort of called CNM, but I mean it's officially called Metro Milwaukee Milwaukee North, but I'll still call it. I believe it's still part of CNM, the name of that subdivision. So there's a closer look at some of the surroundings here. Kind of feel like we're looking at Milwaukee suddenly, after talking about that Hiawatha Bar and Grill. Ah, there it goes again. And it just takes forever to go live again. I don't know why. Maybe if I restart the app, that sometimes tend to fix issues like that. But while we're here, while we're there, let's flip the wallpaper. There it is, Fort Madison. I see Southern PA got some new window candles. And there we go. And there we go. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that rail cam when it goes live. I'm looking forward to it. Now let's see what other water parks there are in Milwaukee, because I don't think we ever got a chance to look. So why don't we do that now? So this here is Pirates Hollow. Yeah, it looks like a pretty neat facility. Complete with a water mushroom in those buckets. Sort of like how there is in sort of like that water park in Morris. Yep, KK test. Yep, we're getting to 15 minutes before we get to that happening. No, this was during the Doggy Days of Summer event. Yep, just talk about the requirements there. So there's those buckets again. Yeah, this was like me, standing under the buckets waiting for one to tip over. This is on the side of the hill, and you can see basically every aspect of it. Yeah, there's that there. The mushroom and the buckets. This was in May, so I believe by then they were getting ready to open for the season. And this was July of 2017. It says it's closed. Yeah, again, that's what it looks like when it's on, so interesting. In the Angleside Hotel, which of course I've talked about, I even made a video of. Here's Breaker Bay, which I've never seen before. And they do have an arcade. So there's Pop the Lock, and then here's the old Wheel of Fortune. And then this is the game arrangement as of May of 2024. And then there's the large bucket that tips over. There's the Big Bass Wheel Jackpot, which I've never been able to win. I mean, it takes a lot of luck to get there. And interestingly, the bucket is shaped like a boat. Yeah, the bucket is actually shaped like a boat. And then if that large area is not enough, they've actually got a smaller one too, which is neat. Let's see. But where is it inside of? Let's zoom it in and see. It's in Blue Harbor Resort. So this must be where it all is. So there's the outdoor pool, and then there's the inside again. Basically everything from earlier. And unfortunately there, no beach access. There aren't even any beaches there. There's that boat structure again. This looks to be a commercial for it or something. And then here's another look at one of the rooms. Nice, they got a separate tub there. This one has the tub and shower together. They've even got indoor mini golf and arcade. Let's see if we can find any more. But, oh yeah, this is another. I guess maybe you have to walk farther, before you get access to the beach and whatnot. So. And there's one of the lighthouses. And then here's another look at the outdoor pool area. And there's one of the kid areas. So yeah, that's the beach area there. All the nice views of the sailboats. Let's see if we can find more of the arcade. Here's another one of the indoor pools. It's not as large. And then there's what the outdoor pool looks like at night. And there's another look at the indoor water park. This actually must be the hot tub. I can tell from the sign out front. Yeah, I can tell from the sign out front that it is the hot tub. And there's basically all the pool rules there for this smaller one. The outdoor one will have a sign exactly like that or very similar to it. Or maybe the arcade showed up. Here's the Flow Rider when it's not running. And since that's an indoor water park, it of course is open. It's open year round. Now, what else have we got here? It's mainly just the pool. I don't really see any trace of arcade stuff. Yeah, no traces. Yeah, I don't think the street view will get us much luck at all either. I believe this is one of the beach areas. One of the rooms. I guess maybe it's a combination of residences and hotels. Here's the front. Then here's one of the riverfront areas of the place. Pretty interesting. Okay. Now, before we proceed, I just saw this test show up on WMLS, and I still have to put all the other ones together too. So let's take a moment and get that processed, and then we will go from there. All right, the third header glitched out, but I'm gonna just put them both in, sort of together. So, all right. So then the marine warning from Mobile, the Jacksonville marine warning, and then this test here. I'll cut this down to make it sort of authentic.
This weather passes.
And I'll cut off the last part of it. And this one too. So yeah, that's just a good look at some things in Wisconsin with that new rail cam hopefully coming soon. Well, hopefully very soon. I'm actually looking forward to it. I'm quite excited for it. Okay, so while we have a few more minutes remaining here, and actually, yeah, quite a bit of time, let's go ahead, take this moment now, and put in all of this. Yep, this time everything's coming in. And yes, this week I am also including I'm also including WAXX, KRGY, and WBJM, WJBM. I keep mixing up the two call signs for some reason. Anyway, then as for the station for this week for Michigan, we're going to do GKL. And again, I will not reset the station until we are closer. I've already taken care of the secondary, but let me just take a quick check and make sure that it's still running. Yep, the server is active and operating. So I'm going to give those Minnesota stations another week to try and test. I'm going to give them another week to try before we change markets, which I will do next Saturday, which I will do on Saturday, as I normally do. All right, now give me a few moments while I go take care of something else here, and then we'll continue. All right, that's been taken care of. All the stations are in there now, and again, ready to go for next week, but I will not hit start on that yet until we are finished here tonight. So, I did mention something at the top of the show that last night MVG finally, although they don't usually stream on a Saturday, they decided to finally get around to continuing on with the Tournament of Champions of the Monopoly show that they've been holding off for well over 3 months of the summer, as we have been waiting for it to finish, as well as the Barry and Enright Cup. They did finally finish that up, the B&E Cup, and then it took forever to finish Monopoly. But then when they came back from that long break in January, they said that Season 2 was supposed to premiere in the fall. This is the fall, and it has not premiered yet. But you know what was strange enough? They spoiled Battleship the Game Show, which they said would debut last year. It looks like it's a joke. They're not planning on doing Battleship the Game Show. I guess they wanted to do that, sort of like a final joke before the end of the whole thing, at the end of the championship game, the final bonus game. Yeah, at the end of the final bonus game. Because that whole thing started as a joke. And it was like a joke thing. And I actually enjoyed it. It was pretty good. And of course, which I'm sure many of you all know, every time I have my lunch break and my lunch break and snack breaks and stuff like that, other than Jeopardy or Flipside, I saw a new episode of Flipside come out. Oh, I think that might have aired like late on Saturday, because I guess they couldn't do it I guess they couldn't find a new they couldn't debut the new episode on a Friday, but it's fine. But anyway, that is what I will take care of tomorrow. First thing in the morning. No, well, first thing during my lunch break. Wow, where am I going? There we go. Yep, this was the picture I was on earlier. Yeah, the so-called, yeah, I like to call this the army of interchange logos. Yeah, I couldn't fit all 9 arms of this so-called fictional corporation that's like designed as a Minecraft interchange, hence the name Interchange Corporation, hence the name. Yeah, you can see how old these graphics. You can see how old this interchange is because I mean we just recently redesigned it. I mean we just redesigned that whole thing.
So, this is only a test.
Yeah, we just redesigned that whole entire thing from head to toe, and it's not like that anymore. I mean, a lot has changed since I've made this. Yeah, there's like so many things about this logo, that really show its age because that 302 that sits there, that's in the frame, it's not even 302 anymore. It's now 301. And it really got a good job, a whole redevelopment job. And these kinds of towers don't even sit there anymore. This continues even further, and this has been pretty much widened. 502 continues all the way to here now, and Interstate 89 now sits in there. Now sits right there. So definitely, this kind of thing has come a long way in the last 10 years. I mean, just by looking at this whole interchange, just by looking at this entire picture, yeah, looking at this whole picture, just seeing how far my Minecraft world has come since I began development on it almost a decade ago. Because if I remember, I actually started development on that particular Minecraft world in 2017, in fact. And boy, has it grown over over the course of a decade. It has absolutely grown. And of course, you've all seen the development, the whole development cycle of this world and how it has evolved. And now that we're on the topic of our Minecraft world, for tomorrow's Minecraft show, we are going to finish up Interstate 132 that we did major paving and bridge construction on. Yeah, that we did all that on Monday of last week. We ended with that final bridge over the Lakeland Bay. That we are going to finish. We're going to do the remaining paving and put up the exit signs and markers and everything. And then, with the time that's left, we'll build the next 2 bridges. The bridge with Interstate 92 and then 356, which will connect both roadways. Yeah, which will link both roadways with Interstate 902. Well, with another interstate that I still don't have a name for yet, as well as Interstate 32, which I'm currently debating on that being the final interstate name. The true name of the interstate. I'm still debating on that as of this moment. So yeah, I'm still debating on how that's going to end up. And then when that's fully done, maybe then we can end up moving on to the next bridge. Maybe we could do the Interstate 132 bridge as well. 232 bridge. Maybe give that bridge a head start. But I want to be sure that I did the interstate numbers correctly. So that's supposed to be 232. So I might have labeled 132 by mistake somewhere. But I will fix that as part of the continued construction. But I'll fix it as part of the continued construction, when we finish that up tomorrow. We're gonna have a whole lot of time to actually do that because Name That Tune, the weakest link will not be on tomorrow night because of the next game of the World Series on Fox with Blue Jays and the Dodgers. The Dodgers beat the Blue Jays last time, game 2. The Blue Jays absolutely defeated the Dodgers in the first game. So now the series is tied at 1 apiece. Yeah, of course I am. Well, I'll decide what to do with that screen recording in a bit. And then I've also got other things to talk about too, but I'll wait until after KK's test before I do that. Or what I will say is that at the end of last night's Monopoly show, they said they were going to do another one. We're going to do it tonight, and I heard they're going to do it in the middle of our Ticket to Ride show. But then I decided, you know what? I'll just play the stream on another iPad while we do our show. I think that's a great idea. So this will decide the last finalist for the Monopoly TOC. And then it's going to be a bit of time as they work to get the virtual set ready to go for the grand finale, which will be sometime next month. And then once they get that done, I'm hoping that by then they'll end up starting. I'm hoping then they'll end up starting Sorry Game Show Season 2. I'm pretty sure they're going to do that after, maybe soon after we get Fifth Grader finished. But I'll talk about that in a bit. But then I'll also talk about what's next with Minecraft and stuff. All right, there is that. So there is that. Now the only other thing we're waiting on is Red River test number 3. I'll put the main WJON on while we continue to wait for it. And I'll go ahead and exit the. I'll leave the voice call then, since that's pretty much it. There isn't really anything else we need for tonight anyway. Okay, now with KDK done, again, we're still waiting for Red River. So, where were we at? So, we were talking about Minecraft earlier before I stopped myself, for the KDK test. So, as I said, the goal of tomorrow's Minecraft stream is we are going to finish the paving process of Interstate 232. And then, of course, we're going to put up all the signs and everything. And we're going to put up all the signs and, put up all the signage and everything like that. So yeah, all the signs, all the exit signs, markers, pavement stripings, things like that. We're going to do all of that on tomorrow's show. Afterward, with the time that is left, we'll build the 2 other bridges. One that will carry I-92, and the other that will carry Interstate 356. If we have even more time left afterward, then we might actually be able to build the first of 2 bridges that Interstate 132 will cross over. And then that will complete that side. One of the first sides marking the halfway point. And then we go on to the, I guess, so-called southbound side. I don't know if I should call it a northbound side or southbound side. I don't know. But either way, that's how we're looking to do it. So, and then of course, we'll build the southbound side. We'll go one by one in terms of expressways, finishing each one as we go, and then hopefully by the end of, let's see, we'll do each one once a week. We already did 221. That was like part of that long stream that we did. So then we just do everything else. So then we just do all the other interstates one at a time. So let's see. Some interstates we've already done, and then there are some that we may not be able to get to, that we cannot get to. Or I could do an extension of maybe build a new subsidiary interstate of 23, but I don't think that's necessary because I've already done too many roadways in that world personally. So we'll just go one at a time. Let's say 183 and then Interstate 54, and that would be the end of it. Because I-67 we already did. Because we already worked with I-67 as part of that expansion. As part of that revitalization extension project that we did several weeks ago. So then once all those roads are finished, then I'm thinking about building the bridges that will carry the local roads over the river. I'm thinking they're just going to be plain old bridges. So we'll see how far we get with that. And then the final stage of it is, and then there's actually more to it than just that. Once all those interstates are finished, we then have to build the overpasses and on and off ramps for each of the roads. Then we'll build the bridges that will carry the local roads over the river. After that is complete, then of course we'll do, finishing touches. We'll put up the signs, decide the final numbers, put down any final decorations such as those tall light spires or power line towers. And after that, then the roadway should be complete, and then it will be ready for use. And then the roadway will be officially ready to open. So it sounds like this is going to be very exciting. Sounds like this is going to be a very exciting project. Yeah, let me tell you, it's gonna be one heck of a Goliath once it's all done. But I don't think we're really gonna be up for finishing it toward the end of the year. But you know what? That's actually still our goal, finishing the whole thing up by the end of the year. Because let me look at the calendar. So tomorrow will be the bridges, then Interstate 1, then Interstate 2, Interstate 3, Interstate 4, and then 5, 6, and then 7. Then we can just use some of the remaining time to build the final decoration. So now we're looking somewhere in the first few weeks of the first month of 2026 that we are looking to finally end this project, this crazy behemoth of a project once and for all, and finally get it to the finish line. So we're slowly but surely making our way there, but we are gonna make it. We're gonna make it. It's just that we need all the time and effort that we can get. But anyway, some other stuff I didn't say. It was regarding next week. After we conclude, when we finish after Ticket to Ride later tonight. So tomorrow morning, I will of course take care of the digital media assignments. There actually isn't going to be any review or questions or discussions or anything like that. It's going to be like one big assignment. Oh boy. Oh, well, we'll see how we can work that out. I'm only going to know what it's about until tomorrow. First thing tomorrow morning when I wake up and stuff. So we'll see how that goes. And if I need to work out any time for that. But of course, we're still on for our Minecraft show tomorrow night, despite that. And maybe we'll go on to about 11. I know it's going to be in the middle of the challengers, but I'll still take care of it. Tuesday, once again, there won't be any stream, but I'll finish up any remaining pieces of college work that I had yet to get done after tomorrow. And then also later during the day on Tuesday, I am also looking to tape the final 10 episodes of the first season of 5th Grader to officially bring that show to completion. Well, not entirely, but of course I'm still going to make more episodes, right? But we're doing it as we're sort of doing 5th Grader as sort of like a syndication time cycle. How they run from August to May. How it runs from August to May. Sort of like that. And then I do have a season 2 in the works, but like with Person, Place, or Thing, I'm actually considering season 2 to, contain the end of the first season is going to be the halfway point of the series, and then season 2 will be the final. I'm actually planning on that being the final one. And the reasoning for it is that I was hoping is that each season I'd like to showcase showcase each of the 5th Grader PC games that have been released throughout the late 2000s. Yeah, through the late 2000s. Now, I believe there's only 2. As I've said, there's only 2. The one we're doing right now is Make the Grade. The other... If I look back on the Internet Archive, I can search here. I don't think there's too much documentation for So yeah, the other thing is that there are only 2 PC releases of the game. One from 2007, which is what we're looking to do for season 2, and the other being the one that we're using right now, which is Make the Grade from 2008. So it's kind of, we're like going back in time a little bit, but also to, because if you may remember, I received a suggestion, a question on why it's been the exact same classmates the whole time, during each of the episodes. And I responded that it was the way the software was programmed. Now, for when I saw the test runs of the 2007 game, there should be different classmates, so that problem should be addressed when we begin season 2. Which, as I said, that's part of this. Which, as I've also mentioned previously, that will be part of the spring taping cycle, which is expected to begin sometime in January. With, of course, the very first thing being a rebrand, which is what's coming next. But I will not go into any detail on the rebrand as of yet. I will actually announce the rebrand in more detail along with anything else in a special announcement video that I will be making following the conclusion of recording episodes of Ticket to Ride. Now, if it all goes well, I'm actually looking to make that announcement video sometime after Thanksgiving, and maybe I will maybe release it. Maybe I'll release it over the weekend. That weekend, I'll think about it. But again, nothing's set in stone about that because that's an idea that I just brought to light. But again, we'll see. Anyway, going back to the weekly plan. Again, Tuesday, I'll finish taping the final 10 episodes of 5th Grader, editing the last ones before my evening class that night, then come home and then actually render the episodes, continuing through Wednesday. Then Thursday, I'll start the upload process of the episodes. As you know, I'll start uploading, I'll go uploading 15, I'll upload 15 of them at a time. Start with the first 15 and go to the next 15 and then so on and so forth until we reach the end. And after that, that will be the end of the story for the first season of that show. And then Friday, of course, is Halloween. Saturday, we'll see what happens. Sunday, we don't know how that's going to go yet. But I will say Monday of that following week is when I'll do, of course, I'll focus on more of my college stuff. And if I look at my class portal here, looks like there's a lot to go through. There's actually a few more discussion questions to go through. So it looks like there's a lot to go through that week for digital media, that is. So I'll take care of that. And then whatever I don't finish, that will continue into... That is going to continue into the following Monday, the 4th. The following Tuesday, the 4th. Yeah, the following Tuesday, the 4th. And there's actually quite a lot. Exam discussions and things like that. And what the hell do you want, Mobile? They're still issuing stuff. I thought we were done with them. And a mistake. I'll just go back on John TV again and get it in its entirety from there. So, Whatever I don't finish that Monday, I'll move it over to Tuesday, and I will finish that along with performing software updates on all my machines. Even the PC in the other room, I'll have to. Maybe I'll just. I mean, that's her machine, so I'll just let her upgrade it on her time. I'll just let her do it on her time. So I'll only be focusing on my PCs. So any PC that has not received the enablement package, I'll just flip the toggle on and just hope that it comes down. Mainly my Inspiron laptop. So that Tuesday I'll do the rest of the college work, that I can do for the week, and then I'll go through putting together the, finishing up the software updates, and that would be it then for that. And then on Wednesday, of course, the weekly test show that as usual, and then Thursday the 6th, I'll probably spend the morning taking care of that last of those quarterly exams for one of my classes and whatnot, as well as any other discussion questions. And then when that's all finished, along with my shows, that is then when production of Ticket to Ride will commence. And I'm still thinking about what I'm going to do, for Sunday the 9th, because Tuesday the 11th, I don't have an evening class that week on a Tuesday because of Veterans Day. So what I was thinking is maybe we'll do our Roblox show on the 11th, and for Sunday the 9th, I was thinking either we'll either do a Minecraft Head Start, or we'll take the day off, but we'll still come on for Ticket to Ride at 9 later on in the evening. So it's not going to be completely a day off. It's not going to be a complete day off, but really an afternoon off from anything at all whatsoever. But again, we'll see how 6th and 7th goes, and I'll decide from there. But anyway, then of course, Wednesday this week will be basically I've talked about everything in terms of other stuff. But now with MVG I know we're getting closer to the beginning of that Monopoly TOC game and our Ticket to Ride show. But yeah, pretty much that's what's coming up this week. So, as I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get too much time to do that, as I'll be pretty much focusing on Monopoly and hoping that'd be all over with by the time we go off the air. Or, because we have a lot of time on our hands tonight, because of how late we started, maybe I'll just, sort of just watch the Monopoly TOC, and then both MVG and I go off the air at the same time. I was thinking that, but we'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes tonight. And then the final things, actually. Again, so in about half an hour, I believe they're going to do the third and final semifinal game of Monopoly, along with our Ticket to Ride show. We'll kind of extend our program a little bit, so I can watch the entirety of the Monopoly TOC, the rest of the Monopoly TOC, and then the championship game, as I mentioned earlier, will be sometime next month. So I'm hoping then, by that point, they'll finally end up getting the second season of Sorry the Game Show off the ground, because when they mentioned that they would be starting it in the fall when Monopoly returned from that pretty long break back in January, and then I was considering the fall taping cycle around that point, I was thinking maybe I was going, and then later on in the fall taping cycle, when we were wrapping up Sorry, I was thinking maybe they're going to end up starting Sorry the Game Show before I even finish my Sorry series. Well, the series isn't over. It's just that the taping, I'm saying that in the sense of the tapings for now. So, meaning that's it. No more episodes are going to be made for the time being. But then, of course, I'll take more, later on down the line. And so on and so forth. And I'll keep making episodes. I haven't decided where I'm going to cap off the Sorry series yet. I'm thinking about bringing it up to 1,000 because of how easy that show is to make. Considering that it's just doing the screen recording and letting the computer do all the work. That's how easy it is. Trust me. At Big John's Wheel of Fortune will most likely be the same story, except I have to control the only time I have to control the game is in the bonus round. So we'll see how things play out here, with spring tapings and everything like that. So maybe they'll start Sorry in the middle, when I'm producing Ticket to Ride and whatnot, but I'll have to make some arrangements, to ensure notifications do not show up while we're taping the episodes, because I am going to be using the mobile game for this one. But currently, I'm looking to do it on my main iPad, because that's really where I do a lot of my stuff. And I will put it on Do Not Disturb for the but you know what? I'll go into a bit more detail on how I'm going to handle the Ticket to Ride tapings when we get to that point. But yeah. Essentially then that's a look at what's coming that's what's coming later in the fall when we begin recording what we got coming up in the next this week and what's coming up as we near the end of the fall taping cycle here. So I've really got the rest of my fall planned out quite well in terms of that. But anyway, I think that's enough talking for right now because it is already 8:30 here in Chicago. Again? With Jacksonville? Wow. But I'll just continue. Well, of course. Oh yeah, and then one more thing too. Now, since all of the stuff from the end of last week already released, I was thinking I'll release today's compilation I'll premiere it at 7 p.m. in the primetime slot, so that way it does not conflict with any of our shows. As of course, we got 5th Grader at 3:30, and then Sorry at 4, Big John's Wheel at 5, Big Numbers at 6, and Meal and No Meal at 6:30. So then, of course, this compilation will release at 7. And of course, it'll be a premiere, so it'll go through the entire Tuesday primetime slot because we won't really have any streams that we'll be doing that night. Other than that, so that's really what that is. So, like I said, it is 8:30 here, and of course, dinner did not do me enough, to satisfy me tonight. So, we are going to go ahead now and take our final commercial break here of the day. And when we return, the main event, Ticket to Ride. Welcome back, everyone, to our Sunday Fun and Games show. Wow, what a day we have had. Ticket to Ride is just moments away, but I do have one more product to go back on here before we get started with it and whatnot. And that has to do with this one. Is it really in Spanish? Oh my god. Okay, then we're just going to use the English feed. Why is this not disconnecting? What the hell? Is this English or is this also Spanish? Okay, there we go. That's in English. Okay. I will just use the one in then I'll just use the one in English then. Why is it why won't it disconnect? I know damn well that battery pack has enough power. I know damn well that earpiece has I know damn well that earpiece has enough power. Or the case, I mean. But I guess I'll go ahead and take a moment and go back on these. Alright. And then lastly, here. If this is the Spanish one, I'll go back to the logger and obtain the one in English. Let's start that over. I just saw a flash flood emergency come up from Melbourne. Okay, the damn thing is not disconnecting, so I'm gonna have to force it. There we go.
Warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This is a flash emergency for Eustis and Mount Dora. This is a particularly dangerous situation.
Wow.
Seek higher ground now. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source, radar. Impact, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now. Life-threatening flash flooding of low water crossings, small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Eustis, Tavares, Mount Dora, Sorrento, Umatilla, Lake Eustis, and Lake Dora. Move to higher ground now. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation.
I was not expecting Melbourne to do stuff today. And the worst part was that a majority of them did not log anything. Nothing at all.
Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Please report observed flooding to local emergency services or...
And it just cut off. And that's not the end of it. Because what's relaying now is a tornado warning. I'm gonna wait for the flash flood emergency on replay and then... Or you know what, I'll just... Yeah, let's wait for the flash flood emergency on replay and then we will get started here. I'm surprised KFCY did not log anything from Melbourne. I know they did Melbourne previously.
Shelter. Workers will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Coquille, Sharps, and Merritt Island around 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Port St. John around 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Brevard County in east central Florida until 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 9:23 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Well, at least I'm gonna get that.
Cape Canaveral, east at 5 miles per hour. Hazard, 16.
That is something I should do.
And penny-sized hail. Source,
But in Melbourne.
indicated. Impact, expect dead to roofs.
Because nobody wants to log anything from them.
Can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure.
Somebody logged that.
For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor. In Florida, coastal Volusia, inland northern Brevard, inland Volusia, inland northern Brevard Barrier Island.
Alright. So I'll go ahead and just pull up Daytona on my phone while we wait for it to rebroadcast. Let's see if I remember what the URL was. No. KH27 is Tulsa. Yep, I got it correct. Alright. So we'll continue waiting for the flash flood emergency on replay. Here. There we are. All right, let's go. I'll go ahead and activate Do Not Disturb while we're going here. No, I don't want it active on this device too. Yeah, that's gonna turn it off on everything. Yeah, looks like that's going to turn it off on everything.
Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Please report observed flooding to local emergency services or law enforcement and request they pass this information to the National Weather Service when you can do so safely. Repeating, the flash flood warning has been extended until 10:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the following county: Brevard, Florida. Flash flood warning for the following county: Brevard, Florida. The National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a flood warning for northeastern Brevard County and east central Florida until 11:45 p.m.
So yes, any issuances and other things, I'll include them all as well.
Law enforcement reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. In the Warren area,
This one had already expired.
is already occurring. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source,
So I'm going to look back on them all.
impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams.
This one expired already too.
Highways, streets, and underpasses. Locations that will experience
So I'm just going to go through every Melbourne text product that I missed one by one.
especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Please report observed flooding to local emergency services or law enforcement and request they pass this information to the National Weather Service when you can do so safely. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 11:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the following county: Brevard, Florida. Flash flood warning for the following county: Lake, Florida.
Yeah, that should be the flash flood emergency.
Flood emergency for Eustis and Mount Dora. The National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a flash flood warning for Central Lake County and East Central at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 57 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. Between 15 and 18 inches of rain have fallen.
18 inches of rain in just several hours. Dang. KIH 26 is replaying that flash flood emergency for Lake County, Florida that was issued earlier. Yeah, this could be related to the hurricane.
This is a particularly dangerous situation.
Crazy. I think it'll be windy the last next couple of days here.
Over the next couple of days, I see Roleplay and Putnam County WX are live for coverage of that right now.
The 4th of November is going to be windy. Holy shit. 30, 40 miles per hour. Oh no! 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 Oh no! We're gonna get snow on November 6th.
Yeah. Yep. Seems like he doesn't like snow.
It's okay. I'll deal with it. Oh man. Well,
That looks to be all of it. Because now it just
no, snow comes up in November. It's okay. Yeah, but then
of course, snow starts in November here. And
October 31st play unfold. After October 31st, they're gonna play Christmas music already.
Of course they are. But here in Chicago, I checked WLIT, and there's no date for it yet.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no date for when they're going to start. But I'm assuming it's going to be anywhere. I'm assuming it's going to be sometime in early November. Maybe perhaps the first full week of the month. We'll see. Yeah, as Melbourne still issues stuff, I'm going to go back on. I'm actually just going to show the text products of all of them. While I go back on those Michigan and that Nebraska tests, for when I get those Michigan tests and one for Nebraska, you know, when we're all set and done here tonight, and I'm sure a lot of our folks would like to hear the sound of the game, so I went ahead and unmuted the ringer, whatever it is, silent mode. And then right when we went to break, before we let's see, script will keep there until it's fully processed. It's in the new collection.
Yeah.
It is this one right here. This is the one we used for State Street earlier this weekend. I'll probably mess around with this song a little more. I mess around with this song a little more tonight. While I play my crazy selection of logos. Yeah, while I play my crazy selection of logos.
Yeah.
That's just a little sample of
the
song. And of course, we'll air State Street on Monday, along with everything else, as part of the new program Showcase.
Yeah.
And of course, I've been having fun inverting the colors of things. Yep. Inverting the colors of logos. Yep. Wow, the interchange logo looks so weird in that effect. Actually,
using a Microsoft.
We're kind of missing the other divisions here, and they're still issuing marine warnings. Yeah. I put Melbourne in there because that's probably what they're doing throughout the night tonight. They're going to be issuing a lot of that. Yeah, a lot of that. Of course, I just want to make sure that I got everything. So, we completed the first game of Ticket to Ride here. We'll let the scores add up. Meanwhile, we'll just go ahead and pull up a PLC window.
The stupid subscriber announcement.
The entire Interchange Corporation, essentially all 9 divisions. Right, all 9 divisions playing on loop. TV distribution, home entertainment. And then just regular entertainment. There's a regular entertainment and then a television entertainment and a home entertainment. And then there's regular television and then a bunch of other television things.
Yeah.
Syndication and animation. Why did I not? I don't know why I did not consider a domestic television television arm. It would be really crazy seeing 10 different divisions of a logo. Yeah, 10 different divisions. That'd be crazy. That's crazy to see all at once. Yeah, all these television arms at the same, all running at the same time. But on each of the shows I made back in the day, I just shuffle around each of the arms from time to time. One I use with regular television, then another I could use syndication or whatever other division. I don't know what my mind was thinking when I came up with the idea for each of these logos. I don't know what my mind was up to. And then somewhere on my other drive, I actually have a video where I played the closing credits of every show at the same time, and then there's just a whole bunch of logos all playing. Let's see, what is it called? All the Closings? I believe it was called All the Closings. Yeah, there we go. All the Closings at Once. That's right, it's every show closing logo collection all playing simultaneously. It's insane.
You want to constant internet bitch?
The AWS outage, yeah.
This entry, that's
Served in this entry. It could not resolve.
Alright, there we go. Hopefully that will be the only time I get to do that tonight. But yeah, one of the other divisions, I created this other thing, which is just two wooden trains colliding with each other in a spectacular effect. Yeah, and I only split it into 5 divisions, and each of the 5 logos, used different concepts for both of the trains, like the Metro and CTA for the home entertainment arm, and then BNSF at Union Pacific for a so-called exclusive game show television arm. This is the only. I don't even know if there's even a game show television division of any company, which there isn't. So I guess maybe this fictitious corporation was probably the first one to do it. And then Canadian Pacific and Norfolk Southern for a different division. The main division is Burlington Northern and Santa Fe clashing together to form PNSF, but not like that. No, it wasn't like that. And then finally, the main television arm was CSX and Canadian National, both both coming together while the Paramount Television Closet Killer logo theme from 1960, from the 1960s, I believe it was, yeah, from the 1960s, playing in the background. I was obsessed with different logo themes at the time, I'm not sure why. But also, just the other day, I found that old. Let's see, what was it? Paramount Television logo history, updated 153. It was actually an old collection of Paramount Television logos, some of which were fake, and some even featured the main logo too, and other variants. Paramount Television Service. Paramount Television Service. Let's see if I could find it. Slow, low voice. It's just in a whole bunch of other stuff. The history of Desilu. Let's see if I can find it here. Let's see if I can. Logos played at once 36. I think it was called update or something. Maybe if I filter it by upload date. Yeah, anytime. Yeah, there we go. I can filter it and then I can find. And then I can find that old. See if I can find that very old video. Let's see, what is that? Paramount Television Studios. Oh yeah, that one just 1950 to now. Alternate timeline. Paramount Television history backwards. Paramount domestic television. Is it this one? No, it's not. It's not that one either. Take it. Now I can't even remember what the title was. Well, this one. Where the heck could it be? No, it's not that one. Oh, I think I may have just remembered. 2013. I may have just remembered what the date was. Desilu and Paramount Television history sped up 4x. My gosh. This one. Final update from 2016. Paramount Television history with unused logos. Alright, what else have we got here? Paramount Television Service. History of Paramount. Paramount Television, all Paramount logos. I can't even remember what it even is anymore. Paramount Pictures real location. Yeah, it's like one of those Universal Paramount Television logo from 2003. Oh, dang, I remember that. 1975 and 2003 mashup. Alright, let's see what else we can try here. Looks like a fake Paramount Television logo. Yeah, I can tell how fake that is. Let's see here. A Paramount Communications production. Jeez. Jeez Louise, I think it was like, what, 11 years ago or something? Well, oh, Paramount Television logo backwards. In reverse. Two Paramount Evolution. What was it, 1969 to 2013? I think it was. Let's see if I if I remember. Apparently, I do not. I do know of the upload. I do remember of the upload date of it, but I just gotta figure out exactly what it is. What I do know is that it starts with the recording of the camera being pointed at the TV of the Paramount 1969 logo. I know that's what it starts with. Then it just goes into a bunch of other stuff like feature presentation variants and main movie logos and Paramount DVD, high definition, and all that other stuff. Trying to see if I can find it here. Jingle comparison. Trying to see if I remember which one. Maybe I had a filter or something. Like update. Maybe I shouldn't have had that. Maybe I probably shouldn't have had that toggle on or something. I should probably just filter it by sort by upload date, anytime, any duration. Paramount DVD logo history. It's gonna premiere in November. YTV Original Glitch Productions. No, that can't be it. 12 days ago. Okay, I think I see where this is going. It's starting from... It must be going in chronological order, starting with the latest, and then going down to the oldest entry on the list. So, if I want to get to where I want to be, I have to go all the way down the list. I have to go all the way down the list in order to find it. Yeah, to find that old collection of Paramount Television logos that I remember watching years ago.
Yeah.
I know it starts with pointing a camera at the TV with a Paramount 1969 logo and then some fake version of that same thing. Okay, we're at the bottom of the list. Let's see, is this it? I'll have to keep going here, let's see. No, that's not it. I know I came across it previously. Or is it just under... Is it just under Paramount? Let's see. Not Paramount Home Entertainment. With all the Blue Mountain jingles. Extreme high tone. Oh, goodness. Okay, that we're almost done with, and... No, not gonna chance Denver. Paramount Television history slowed down. Okay. With Blue Mountain fanfares. Alright, did Kansas City to Houston. Oh, dang it, I could have picked up Winnipeg to Houston, too. Dang it. Okay, that doesn't really work. How about we try... Okay, I think we might be... Let's see. Oh yeah, that's gonna take a while to get us there. Alright, let's see, is this filtering by chronological order? Alright. Let's try it under just Paramount Pictures and see if that gets me exactly what I wanted, because I randomly came across it yesterday, and now I can't remember exactly which one it was, because it was actually the second one that got my attention. Oh, this isn't quite it, but it has one of them. One of the logos from that video. Logo Blender history? Maybe that might be it. Well, we did find a piece of it, but we still haven't found the whole thing. Again, I'm going to keep scrolling down the list until we find it. I do know that it was uploaded a long time ago. Ooh, all the Paramount logos backwards. Alright. That was the last turn of that game, so we'll let the scores add up. Paramount logo bloopers is in here. Oh my gosh, and what's this? Paramount Classics DVD. Oh geez, I remember this one too. Oh wow, I remember that one. What's this one? History of Paramount Pictures, Television, and Home Entertainment. Let's see this. Nope, that can't be it. It's not that one. Maybe we just gotta keep looking. Okay. Let's see. Maybe if we just say Paramount Television history and see if that does anything. Meanwhile, we go on now to the next game. Paramount Television logo concept. Oh, that's a neat concept. With the Paramount on Parade, that's what the television fanfare was called. A messy collage of Paramount television logos. Which is just a bunch of plastering errors and high pitch. Paramount Animation. And that's it. That's actually the end of it. Oh yeah, I remember seeing this one too. The Paramount Television logo comes up during an episode of Duckman. Oh my gosh. It's like it's the end of the show. Oh, here we go. This is it. That's the video. Found the video I was looking for. Well, let's verify. Oh my gosh. Yep, from January 24th of 2013. That's exactly the video I want. Specifically, it's the second logo that seems to be getting me somehow. Wait. Oh my god. The moment I start the recording, it doesn't want to go. It just... Oh god damn it, I gotta find... God damn it, I just spent all that time looking for... Oh, resume watching. Thank you. Thank you very much. The YouTube app crashed the moment I tried to hit play. Well, thankfully that resume watching message saved me. Saved me from having to go through that again. Yep, this is exactly what I was talking about here. The Paramount Closet Killer logo times 2, and then this crappy version of it available now from Paramount with a robot voice. Then a television version, and then Paramount Home Video. It just goes all over the place. This thing just goes all over the place. It goes from Paramount Television to standard Paramount to their home entertainment divisions and everything like, and even the main division too. And of course, a few feature presentation variants are included as well, including the more recent. Not the 2015 ones though, because that was not even, those weren't even introduced yet when this whole thing was made. I remember this video, the nostalgia. Yeah, I remember it too. This was an interesting one to come across. This was an interesting one to come across back in the... Oh, that's right, I gotta get in the green card. Then, and then the other two are at the start of movies, which I don't even know exactly where they're from. Perhaps the music soundtrack, something like that, could possibly give me a clue, but I'm not even gonna bother trying myself. But I mean, it does go through the timeline pretty well, actually. Because every single one of them are in chronological order. Aside from it going from the main division to the television arm to the home entertainment arm. It just goes all over the place. It just focuses on multiple divisions at once instead of, like some of those other logo history videos I've seen fairly recently, where it starts with the main division and then it goes through the other subsequent divisions, the television arm and then the home entertainment arm, and then other subsidiary companies under the brand. But it's pretty interesting to find this now that Paramount is now under... Now that Paramount and Viacom are united as one, and also now that Paramount is under the umbrella of Skydance Media. Yeah, now that it's under the the Skydance Corporation. And they also introduced another television studios logo. I'm at least glad they brought Paramount Television back. They brought it back from the dead after this Viacom deal, which was what terminated the original instance of Paramount Television, which used to be under Paramount Network Television and then Paramount Domestic Television. And the only way you could tell which television arm it was exactly, you couldn't tell by the logo itself. You could tell by where the camera is positioned. Positioned closer to the logo is network television, and then farther away from the logo, and then the logo with that's farther away from the actual focal point of the logo is Paramount Domestic Television. And I actually remember particularly seeing the final incarnation, the final logo of that, mainly when my parents had those NCIS reruns on USA Network, back in the day, with the Bellsaurus logo, and then that would be followed by Paramount Network Television. Yeah, because NCIS airs on CBS, and of course CBS is owned by Paramount. And of course CBS is owned by Paramount Network. But of course I never got to see any of the older Paramount logos, well, in person, including the 90th anniversary. The 90th anniversary one, I did see their new logo, the 100th anniversary logo, and of course their current one. Well, the current one after that was introduced. After that one was introduced. Yeah, I remember seeing it, but I don't think I remember seeing any Paramount movies, soon after the new logo was introduced. I guess it just depends on what I liked, what movie I was interested in seeing and whatnot. I guess it just came down to that. But I guess nowadays with these modern day, with some of these older Paramount Television shows on Pluto TV and especially other networks, a majority of the time, all those television logos are just plastered over by CBS Television Distribute. Well, actually, not even CBS Well, yeah, I guess I still see the CBS Television Distribution logo on on a majority of those airings. Like for instance, Star Trek The Next Generation, for example, that comes on at like 8 o'clock at night on H&I here in Chicago. That was produced by Paramount back in the day when it was new, and then when it was repurposed to be aired in the modern era. Of course, that Paramount Television logo was plastered completely over by either CBS Television Distribution or I believe it was CBS. I believe some of those episodes had CBS Studios International at some point, which I don't think I've ever seen that one before either, until I realized it. But yeah, I mean, just finding this again so many years later, it's like a time capsule. It's like a time capsule as to what I was after in the past. Way back in the past. But yeah, it just goes from the main arm, and its logos were designed. Designed way back when. And then by far the craziest part of this whole thing was this when it was shot on this old webcam thing. The whole thing was in green and it was recorded in a stop motion style. Yeah, it was in the style of stop motion. And then some of these other ones are still images, which I think is where all these television logos, most of these that are featured here, are. High definition, I've never got to see that one. I did see Paramount DVD, but that was a very long time ago. Oh, great! In high pitch! And with an updated Viacom byline. And then, of course, this one is from the beginning of a Transformers movie. Yeah, I could tell by all the crazy audio effects that take place from within the logo. It's let me see if I know I know Melbourne's still going crazy issuing stuff here. Let me see if I'm missing any more. Continues flash flood emergency. So yeah, they've just updated the flash flood emergency. Well, usually by rule, I like to go back on. I'd like to get continuations as well of emergency products. Since the extension was just issued. Alright, and then this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles theme plays over the logo in the background the whole time. Then another television arm. And then it goes to the semi-modern day logo, which is just the 100th anniversary logo, and that's it. There's not anything else. The vast majority of the films. Prior to the adoption of attached period logos to make it seem as if Paramount released those movies in the first place. It should be done with Miramax too. Yeah, there were a whole lot of comments on this thing back in the day. And it's gotten 1 million views over the course of 12 years. But let me go ahead and I want to go ahead and share that over so that would then I could maybe clutch it together with that wooden train television arm. Put the two together, see what it would sound like. Yeah, I gotta upload it from here. Let's see, upload file, photo library. There we go. That's the... And then I'll just pull up Audacity window so then I can piece it all together. Alright, time for another ticket here. Alright, it's finished. So I'll go and disconnect the tablet now from the PC. The file should be waiting for me on the desktop. And then I'll just drag it in and do all the necessary trims and we'll be in business. Oh, this is going to be good. Oh no. Let's see what's this here. There, gotta stop it. I'm gonna call this one. Let's see here. Fake Paramount TV theme. Haha, yeah. Oh, and of course, they're still going to do the forecast despite the flooding that's going on. You know what? The detail on that is just basically the same, so. Yeah, I mean, just the issuance is good enough, so. But anyway, we have time for one more game of Ticket to Ride before we wrap things up here for tonight. And of course, it's going to be our. No, we don't need your speed game right now. And then when we get down to the final 5 minutes, if this still continues here, then we'll just make this a speed game, and then we'll finish it. I'll probably have to find this again and throw this into my videos collection if I don't have it on there. All right, let's see. It's called Paramount Logo History Update. And there it is. It's the second item on the list. Give that a like. That is great. Let's play it backwards. I don't know who came up with that idea of a fanfare. Well, that sure sounds pretty bad. Well, I mean, for the time, because the video is from 2013, and I'm sure a lot of other people can do better logo history videos than that. Besides that fake available now from Paramount promo, that doesn't even exist. That promo doesn't even exist. Yeah, that promo does not even exist. And I could tell because it was a computer robot voice instead of a human voice. And even if it was a human voice, it probably would have been a little kid or something. It probably would have been that. Then the video would have just been made extra crappy in that regards. How about we pump it up all the way? Oh no. Oh gosh. And backwards. I can't wait to play that alongside all the logos tonight. That's how much fun it's going to be. But anyway, it looks like we're coming close, so let's go ahead and turn this into a speed game now. And of course, the speed game is what you think it is, right? We just speed it up really fast. Yep, we just make it go faster and faster. Let me pull up another VLC window to remind myself that that's what I want to mess around with tonight. Player window, yay! Oh yeah, another recording of what the VRF camera in Fort Madison captured. It was another one of those Christian music concerts or whatever. There was like some interesting speech going on. Did it even capture the audio at all? It did. Yeah, and for those of you who may remember, I was actually treated to a sort of a Christian concert the before the Grand Haven Fountain show. Yeah, I told the story about it, after that, after last year's trip. We better get moving out of Vancouver and quickly. Oh. All right, we got less than 5 minutes left, so I gotta get everything ready here. So I better lower all this. So let me pull up all of. Let's see. All right, there we go. We've just triggered the final. Then we'll go to AMC Partners Escambia, Florida. Oh, that's not it. Oh, I gotta restart the station still. I still gotta reboot the station to put everything in. Let me do that. Oh, wait, wrong one. Save documents. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Uh-oh. Um. Oh, there's a blank right there. There we go. Fixed it.
Never ceases to amaze me. If that's
Then WCMM. And then WUPF. Then WGMV. And then KRVN. Okay. So there we go. I will go back. I will get all of those. I'll get all of those at the same time, as well as going back on everything from Melbourne here. And so this call does not interfere with the catch-up process that we're about to do. I'm going to switch the call over to the micro. My Dell Micro PC and all being connected here. For this ahead of time. There, let me yeah, I'm switching it over to my Dell Micro PC so that way I can get all the other tests and stuff. All right, let's go ahead and switch it. Okay, there we go. close this so I don't accidentally press the reconnect button and then start a second call after the Leadbind goes offline, and then he asks me why the hell do you want to call me again and whatnot. Right.
Thunderstorms. Source. Radar. Impact. Small creeks and streams in urban areas. Sources. Streets. Hazardous other floor drainage and chlorine. Sorrento. Most of
All right, so I'll finish going through the list here, and then that will be all of it. And then this flash flood warning here. Just making sure that I'm going back on everything. Okay, and then this one too. And I'll ensure each product stays on screen for at least for about 10 seconds. Okay, and then this one here. Yeah, and I see the remote desktop connection. It's taken a while to finally catch up, so. So we're almost through here. Okay, 2 more to go. Okay, and this is the last one. And that is it. All right. So that is that done. I'll go ahead and switch the call back over to the other PC now that we are finished here with the catch-up process. I'll go ahead and disconnect the system from the. We're going to right down because it's just channel intro and just player here. But yeah, that is what I'll be watching. That is what I'll be watching through the night tonight. It still says finals 2 for some reason, but I'm assuming they're gonna fix them. Guessing they're gonna fix it after the. I guess they're gonna fix it after it's done. So. All these into their place here. And then we will get ready to wrap things up here for tonight. Actually, two more. There's actually two more things here.
All right, so yes. So let's go ahead and get into this here. This, of course, is the first round of our game. It's the acquisition phase of our game. Of course, what we will be doing.
Well, I'll actually keep it going, but
stop at each individual color property on the board. We're going to ask these players trivia questions. Yes, we are going to ask these.
all right.
Eventually, we get someone to answer the question. I can tell you this. With that being said, let buzzer check. Told you, discombobulation. Us. But let's do it. Two properties, Mediterranean Avenue, $60. Here comes.
Here.
Which famous novel features the character Holden Caulfield?
Just gonna all this in here.
I can't think of it. $260. The capture in the warning. Correct. $60 to you takes you up to 60.
We'll put these in here. There we go.
You own both the properties, so we are going to give you the ground property rate plus on the green and give you $175. Which takes it to $240. Now move on to our
Flood emergency right there.
which country is home to the ancient ruins of I'm going to try to pronounce this.
And then I'll get Cleveland Odyssey ready to go, and then we will be. And this is sphere here. Actually, I tried that. I actually tried that again.
$50 will get a correct answer. Which U.S. state is known as the Sunshine State? Us.
All right. It's all in there now. Let's go ahead and get the.
Which element is used in
Odyssey. Get Cleveland Odyssey. Yeah, get Cleveland Odyssey going here. So yeah, I'll watch the first round of Monopoly, and then we'll get ready to wrap this up here tonight. All right. Let's see, Lake and Orange. I've got all of Melbourne in there now, so we should be good. So we should be good to go with Melbourne. I just realized I did all the catch-up process with both of the logos still playing from earlier. Well, thankfully they were muted though. They thankfully were muted, so. So let's see if we can find another. Let's see if we can find another division to try. And other than that crazy Paramount thing. Okay, I only heard part of a buzzer and then it stopped. There we go. And then this thing I couldn't play around with last night. Then I'll find. Let's see. Let's see what other logos I've got. Oh yeah, Circus Train. Yeah, we're gonna get going here soon too. Okay. So I'm actually gonna stop right there for right now with Monopoly, so we can close our show here, and then I'll continue I'll continue live with them. So, oh wait, that's the wrong cable. What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? This is like there we go. Okay. And I'll go ahead and switch the status to offline now. Now that we've done now that we have gotten our daily call with the Lembine in, and also now that we are about to wrap up our show here for tonight. So, I am going to continue on with Monopoly, off air here in just a second. But before I continue it, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we now conclude our Sunday Fun and Game show here for tonight. For this week, furthermore. Oh, I didn't even unmute that. There we go. I just realized I didn't even unmute it. But there we go. So, with that, we now conclude our Sunday Fun and Game show here for this week. Although a lot of our Roblox show was cut off by my parents forcing me to help them with the mail, having me help them with the mailbox and such. I wasn't planning on it taking like 2 hours. Well, I was expecting it, but I didn't plan out our programming ahead of time because I only was informed of it on such short notice. So I didn't have that embedded in the plan. That's why one of the actually multiple commercial breaks were like an hour long. An hour, if not more. Actually, about 2 hours, I should say. But oh, actually, no, I'm not going to start it until it comes up to 10:15 exactly. So anyway, that is it then for tonight. So we hope you will join us again tomorrow at 4 p.m. when we do our Minecraft show for this week, where we will continue with the construction of Interstate 232. We're going to finalize the construction of that and everything else in between. So we hope you'll join us for that. But until then, this is Mr. Plankfold wishing all of you a very pleasant good night.